Shemeka Kwados, Baru Shemeka Olam Mae. We Shamu B'nai Israel, El Shabbat, La So, El Shabbat, Le Dorotam, B'nai Olam. B'nai B'nai Israel, Otilola. Kisha Shemeka Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shamayim. Where Ta'ala to Wayomas, Be Shabbat, Wa Inafash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Imleka, Baru Tolateka, Baru Kirishateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Nilo, Olam Mae. Baru Shem Kabo, Makuto, Olam Mae. Baruch Habo Lamiri Mo Legayo Haluhu Olam Mae. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows glory, kindness, possesses all things, the Most High, slow in mercy, kindness, compassionate, who giveth due respect to the just, and giving due, and giving due honor and respect to a head in Israel, chief of chiefs Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. There's two things I want to speak about or go into before I start this, right? God said, he said, the whole duty of man is to fear God and keep his commandments. That's the whole duty of man, right? Now, what is your duty? What are our duties? What are your duties? Because not everybody got the same duty. Not everybody's, my duty ain't got to be your duty. My job ain't got to be your job. It all depends on what a person has as priorities, his priorities in life. So the whole duty of man is to fear God and keep his commandments. Right? Now, why is fear so important? Because why is fear so important? Fear is very important when you made your mind up to serve this God. Because fear is what's going to keep me from violating the laws. Fear is what's going to keep me from kindling fire. Fear is what's going to keep me from stealing. Fear is what's going to keep me from profaning the Sabbath day. And then you're going to have that conscious awareness. Conscious awareness meaning you're circumspect. You are aware of what you do because you may violate and offend God. We don't think about that. We don't think about that. All we think about is ourselves. All we think about and what we put before God is ourselves. Meaning what? If it offends me, that's all that counts. If I don't like it, that's all that counts. But what about if God likes it? What about if you offend God? Right? There's a part in Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, right? Verse 20. And I had to make sure I get the chapter because so people don't think that I formulated this idea in my mind. Because this was one of the wise sayings of King Solomon. King Solomon was a hell of a man. King Solomon was a man that God gave wisdom to. God gave him the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to govern a wise and understanding people. Because when Solomon loaned his heart to folly, when Solomon did things that was against God, but his wisdom remained with him. The normal man would have went into what Solomon went into, and his wisdom would have left. But anything that God gives you, you don't lose. Right? So, what did he say? He said, for there is not a just man upon the earth that doeth good and sinneth not. That's a heavy point. That's heavy. You know why? Because wicked and evil people, when you say you're going to serve God and you make a little mistake or you make an error, they blow that error up and say, oh, you're supposed to be righteous. But who said a righteous man don't sin? I could still be righteous and still sin and make an error. I could still be just and still make an error. Who said that? Solomon, the wisest man that ever lived. He said, there is not a just man upon earth that do it good and sin it not. Close, cut that off. Cut it off. Yeah, you leave it on, cut that off. Because I got the little fan here. He said, there is not a just man that sin it not. Right? Now, it says in Psalms 58, right? We're going to go into Psalms 125, right? It said, do ye indeed speak righteousness? Huh? It said, do ye indeed speak righteousness? Huh? O congregation, do ye judge uprightly? Huh? O ye sons of men? What is righteousness? The word for righteousness is zedek. Zedek meaning rightness, justice, straightness. So now to figure out what is righteousness, we got to look up these words. Don't formulate in your mind and figure out to say, well, I know the meaning. Read it, look it up. Rightness is what? What is morally good, justified, and acceptable by God? And that's the point that I tried to get across to people. Right is not according to what the figmentation of your sick minds, because all our minds are sick. My mind is sick, your mind is sick, our minds are sick. Why? Because, look, it ain't right. Our thinking pattern is completely off. God tells us how to think. God tells us how to think. God tells us what is good. God reveals to us what is evil, what is wicked. And when you start saying things is evil and God didn't call it evil, you sick. That's when you got a sick mind. There's a thing called the plague of the mind. When you start calling good, saying things are good, or saying that is good, and God ain't say it's good, then you have a sick mind. And that's how this is what we need to begin to program ourselves. That whatever God said is good is good. And you got to train yourself to accept that. And when you start to get angry at the things that God said is good, put yourself in check. Put yourself in check. Because God said it's acceptable in his eyes. So who is you to not accept what God don't accept? Who is you? But guess what? These people are so stubborn. These people are so unyielding that you could tell them that 1,000,000 times. Man, it don't matter to a person that don't want to change. It don't matter to a person that don't want to change. If that person don't want to change, they're not going to change. No matter how many times I reiterate and mention this over and over and over, then you know what's going to happen? Because I don't see no changes in you, who know who is going to bug? The one that's changing. Right. The one that has made his mind up to serve God. It's going to affect him. That's why my pops stayed angry in the house so much. Because he didn't see the necessary changes that he wanted to see. Huh? How you going to disagree with what God agrees with? This is why reading the book is very important. Because we need to program ourselves. Yes, it's a program. Well, you're not going to program me. Well, if I can't program you, then God can't program you. Then you need to go. Program. This is a program. Who else you think is getting programmed? You getting programmed too. I'm getting programmed. We all getting programmed. We all getting programmed. Because we was born into sin. We was born and taught that what is evil is good. We were born and taught that what is good is evil. And we didn't know who God was. Our parents didn't show us who God was. You thought God was a piece of wood. This one thought this God was a piece of stone. Next thing, a person have a basket of fruits and they start praying to the fruits. Come on, man. Come on, man. My God stand alone. Levado, he's alone. He said, there's no other to consult with him. Ain't nobody was there with him. There's nobody to compare to him without beginning and without end. He had no wife because he ain't man.
Mama name ain't married.
He ain't no man. The only one that had a wife was man. God saw that Adam was lonely. God saw that. God saw that. He didn't have to mention it. Adam didn't have to mention it, and those are godly traits. You got to be able to discern and have a sharp sight to see the needs of others without them mentioning it. Without them mentioning it. I shouldn't have to mention it. You see my mishap. You see where I'm at. Why I have to mention it? It means you don't care. You don't care. You don't care, man. What else? This is what we got to realize, man. The only thing is good is what God said is good. The only thing is evil is what God said is evil. If I didn't violate the commandments of God, leave me alone. Justice, just behavior, or treatment, principles. That's being just. What is straight? Straightness, right? Being honest and direct. They don't hide their feelings, but people hide certain things not to reveal it. Make you think they're all for it, but they're not for it. And they ain't really feeling it, so they hide it. Right? He said, do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? What do you mean by judge uprightly? 2 or more witnesses. I have to be fair. That's the law. A matter comes up, I need 2 or more witnesses to establish this matter. If I don't have 2 or more witnesses to establish the matter is dead.
You say you need to be fair.
That's fair. That's what God said is fair. We're not judging matters like that according to what God said, then we ain't fair. Right. You're not just. You're not righteous. There's an order. There's a standard that comes when you calling yourself righteous. When you're saying you're just. When you're saying that you're straightforward. When you're saying that you're the Kasidin, meaning the pious one. Huh? Now, okay. He said, go ahead, Tom She. No, my bad. Stay where you at. I'm on Psalms 125. Upright, meaning Yashar. Right? Now, let me go. All right. Yeah. In heart, ye work wickedness. In your heart. You know what that is? In your heart, you work wickedness. Your mind. Forward thoughts separate from God. So now you start conjuring up thoughts and opinions and ideas that you have no facts to. You have no reason to conjure up these ideas. And then on top of that, when you're conjuring up these ideas, you don't check yourself and say, what am I doing? Why am I thinking this way? He didn't give me or she didn't give me a reason to think this way. But the evil in us, see, we don't really at all. We sit down in these seats like we innocent. We play the innocent role before God when you're not innocent. We are all at fault with God, man. The sooner you come to realize that is the the sooner you will begin to start considering and making changes to with yourself, man. That's why nobody makes no changes. Because they're not acknowledging that they're evil. This dude's still telling himself that he's a good man. But you ain't good according to the standards of God. This woman's still telling herself that she's a good woman. But she's not good according to the standards that God set. So you're not good. You're not good. He said, ye weigh the violence of your hand in the earth. A balance, an even distribution of weight, enabling a person to remain upright and steady. That's what that is. Right? It said the wicked are estranged from the womb. You hear that right there? It said the wicked is estranged from the womb. That means what? You have babies that God done looked at from in the womb, ain't even born yet, and he already been categorized, or she had already been categorized as evil and wicked. Now we wonder why. God didn't see no good in that baby. And God, look, the Most High, was that Jehoshaphat's son? He had a son. Jeroboam's son. Jeroboam had a son. Jeroboam was wicked and evil before God. But Jeroboam had a good son. God looked into the womb of that child, looked in that baby. He said, man, that baby have good in them. And if I allow this baby to live, he gonna get corrupted by his father. You know what God did? To keep that baby from being corrupted, he killed it.
Killed the baby.
So don't ask God why. God got his reason why he killed babies. Maybe the baby got good in her or good in him. Why God took that baby out of this present life. This God-forsaken life. That's why I always say it, man. I wish God would have took me from a baby. Now I'm innocent. Then I wouldn't have been tainted and perverted. People don't think of it like that. People don't think like that. He said the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Psalms 125, time sheet. You got it?
Yeah.
Good.
They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion.
They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion. It's a symbolic for Jerusalem. For Jerusalem.
Which cannot be removed.
Now, God also loved that place, man.
Yeah.
God loves Jerusalem.
Yeah, that's his city.
God said that his eyes is on that place forever. Constantly. And the only way to be and to remain in that place is to take heed to the commandments of God.
It's the only way to live.
The reason why we are not there as a nation anymore was because we sinned against God.
That's correct.
We sinned against God and God spewed us out and kicked us out. Now he's bringing up wars and uproars in there between nations. God doing that.
That's right.
Because of the sins of the people.
That's right.
And they got to get out of there.
Gotta get out.
Wars is going to go on, and that's why that's happening. So, because of that, God said, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. So since that war, after I say my minka, or when I bend my knee, I pray for Jerusalem. I pray for Jerusalem. I don't pray for the people. I said, I pray for Jerusalem. Okay? Daniel, right? Say where you at. He said, oh Lord, the great and dreadful God, keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love him. God is not going to go against his agreement if you keep your side of the bargain.
That's right.
God ain't going to go against his agreement if you keep your side of the bargain. What is our side? Keep his commandments. fulfill his commandments. All right? Keep his laws. Now, you're not going to learn and understand and know what are the laws of God if you don't read. You got to read. You must read. Right? He said, stay, Psalms 125?
Yeah.
Stay there. He said, we have sinned. We have sinned. We have committed iniquity and have done wickedly. How many of us tell ourselves that? How many of us can acknowledge that we have sinned and we are doing wickedly before God because we refuse to take heed to his laws? Do we have that mindset? We need to acquire that mindset so we can strike some type of changes in your life. But if you don't acquire and keep that mindset, you're not going to change. You're going to continue and remain the same. That's what brings forth changes. Because you have that mindset that you are always and continuously at fault with God. You have that guilty conscience. Huh? It said, and have rebelled, even by departing from thy precepts and from thy judgments. Neither have we hearkened unto thy servants the prophets. God sent prophets. Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah. Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah. Right? And we killed off the prophets, chased the prophets. You know that's also work. When things start to come off and I go to fix it and refix, that's work.
That's why we didn't get back up.
It comes down, I'm leaving it off. I'm taking it off, I put it down somewhere, I put it up after the Shabbat. It ain't gonna hurt. It ain't gonna hurt to just leave it down. It stays down now. He said, neither have we hearkened to thy servants the prophet, which spake in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. He said, O Lord, righteousness belongeth unto thee. Which means his God's decision and his laws and his commandments, even if you don't agree with it, it is righteous. It's righteous, man. We are just unrighteous souls. And we're trying to train ourselves to agree with that which is righteous. Right? Right. Okay? He said, but unto us confusion of faces, as at this day to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel that are near and that are far off, through all the countries whither thou hast driven them, because of their trespass, that they have trespassed against thee. O Lord, to us belongeth confusion of faces, to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. Yeah, we confused. Yeah, we confused because we sinned against God. So we're confused. We don't know how to determine what is right or what is wrong. We don't know to determine what is good or what is evil. That's the confusion. We call good evil. And we call evil good. We're confused. God said, thou shalt, or thou shalt not. We're confused. We get angry at that. We say, well, I don't agree with that. That's not how I was raised. This is the look. When people say things like that,
they're not going to accept.
That's a completely turn off. You best to keep that to yourself. You keep that to yourself. I don't want to hear it. Because when you say things like that, like you disagree with what God said, and I'm 100% with God, I feel like you're disagreeing with me. It's offensive. I get offensive. I get offensive. So now I start to distance myself. Pull away. Pull away. Why? Because I'm with God first. Before I'm with anything else. Right. I'm with God first. That's right. That's right. And I don't have no problem defecating on anything that's against my God. That's right. I have no problem with that. Easy. Right. No problem.
That comes easy.
It comes easy. Let's read.
They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion.
They that trust in the Lord. Oh, no, my bad. I keep telling you to read. Now that have we obeyed the voice of the Lord our God to walk in his laws, which he set before us by his servants, the prophets. That was Moses. Moses went up in that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, received the laws and the commandments from God, came down and gave it to a people, and they saw the appearance of God come down on that mountain, incinerated the whole mountain range. And these people still couldn't find it in their hearts to fear God and pursue his laws. Right? He said, yeah, all Israel have transgressed our law, even by departing, that they might not obey our voice. Therefore, the curse is poured upon us. This is why things go down in your life. This is why things happen in your life. Because we sin against God.
Yep.
Because we went against what God said. So mishaps and trials and tribulations going to go down with you.
It ain't my fault.
That's right. He said, and he had confirmed his word which he spake against us and against our judges that judged us by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven had not been done as had been done unto Jerusalem. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil has come upon us. Yet may we not our prayer before the Lord our God, that we might turn from our iniquities and understand our truth. Therefore hath the Lord washed upon the evil and brought it upon us. For the Lord our God is righteous in all his works, which he doeth. For we obey not his voice. So whatever God did to you, whatever God did here or did over there, God, it was right.
He is the judge of all.
It was right. We can't question God and ask God why
This sentence is
or why this happened. Well, I don't think that should have happened.
He said there is not one to question.
Can't question God, man. Can't question. Right? He said, oh Lord, according to all thy righteousness I beseech thee, let thine anger and thy fury be turned away from thy city Jerusalem, the holy mountain, because for our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers, Jerusalem and thy people are become a reproach to all that are about us. Now, therefore, our God, hear the prayer of thy servant and the supplication, and cause thy face to shine upon thy sanctuary that is desolate, for the Lord's sake. Oh my God, incline thine ear and hear. Open thine eyes and open thine eyes and behold our desolation in the city which is called by thy name. For we do not present our supplication before thee for our righteousness, but for thy great mercy. Time sheet. Now, go ahead, read.
Psalm 125.
Right.
They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed.
They that trust in the Lord, right, shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed but abideth forever. Read.
As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round
Jerusalem
about his
is surrounded by mountains.
Yeah.
It was very hard to penetrate. It was very hard to come in. That's why God got angry at King Hezekiah when he showed the secret passage to who? To who he showed it to, though. I don't remember. All right. It was a secret passage that when you let's say the city is getting besieged, it was a secret passage underneath, right? He showed that passage. Right, it was an escape route. He showed that passage, and God got angry at him. God got angry at him. Tom Street.
As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round about his people, from henceforth even forever.
As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round about his people, from henceforth even forevermore. But not all these people are not God's people. For you to be God's people, I gotta follow what God says. Remember when he said, "Ye are not my people." Lo, I me. He said, "You are not my people." Then he said that in Hosea. Why God said such a thing? He's disclaimed and pushed us away because we gave his praises to idols and deities. We turned away from God and started transgressing and violating his agreement. So he said, "You're not my people." We could only be God's people if we do what God says.
Right. That's how
you ever seen a father look at his son and say, "Man, that's my son. That son must be doing things to please his father." He said, "Man, that's my son."
Right.
But when you start violating and going against what your father say, you don't say, "Man, you're not my son." He said, he looked to the mother and said, "That's your son." He looked at the mother and said, "That's your son, man." Then Mom Luke looks and said, "Man, that's our son. He's just hard-headed." He said, "That's our son." Go ahead, read.
For the rod of the wicked shall
He
not
said,
rest.
for the rod of the wicked, right? The word for rod is shebet. It means a branch. When you look up branch, it means your descendants, your lineage. Huh? He said, for the descendant of the wicked shall not rest, shall not settle, shall not remain upon the lot or the portion of the righteous. Right? The righteous, Hazadi queen, the just, the pious. What is just? Conforming to a standard of what's morally righteous or right according to what God says. Pious, conscientiously or obediently fulfilling one's duty. Conscientiously meaning what? You have a conscience. You are aware, and when you have a conscience, you are able to make amends with God. You're able to make amends with God. You're able to make amends to a person that you offend because you have a conscience. It's going to bug you that say, well, man, listen, I shouldn't have did that to him. Or I shouldn't have did that to her. I shouldn't have said this to him. I shouldn't have said that to her. So when you don't have that mindset, you don't have a conscience. And know what that tell me? You don't have a conscience towards making amends with God neither. It don't bug you. See, a conscience, when you have a conscience, it bugs you. It don't bug you one time and then stop. That's why the people in the book, when they violated the commandments of God, they mentioned it over and over. It had been some time, even if it had some space or time in between, they mentioned it over and over. It bugged them continuously. It bugged them continuously. To the day that my father passed, he always spoke about his past and how he lived his life when he lived in Panama and the things that he took towards that wasn't right by God. Right. And it bugged him and he cried. Yeah. Why? Because when you have a conscience, you still feel bad about what you did. You still feel bad about what you did. It doesn't go away. These are things that's a contrary heart. These are things that you keep mind of because those are the things that keep you straight. Yeah, so you don't repeat it. But people forget their faults. And those are people that repeat the same violations over and over because you don't have a conscience. So you're a repeated offender. You continuously offend, and you continue to offend. Tamshi.
For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous.
He said, for the lot of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous.
Lest the righteous put forth their hands unto iniquity.
He said, lest the righteous put forth their hands to iniquity. So the only way I'm going to be compared to this evil and wicked man, I got to sin. I got to do what you do. I got to violate what you violate. Now God put me in the same bracket. I'm the same like you now. Tamshi.
Do good, O Lord, unto those that be good.
Do good, O Lord, unto those that be good. What is good? What is good? The book shows us what good is. Most High told Cain, he said, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. He said, but if you don't do good, then sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall it be your desire, which means it's going to desire you. It's going to continuously come to your mind. That's the door. Sin comes here first. Everything begins in the mind. Everything begins here. You thought about it before you said it. You thought about it before you did it. Now, it is up to you whether when certain things comes to your mind, it's up to you to eject. But before you eject, you got to be able to discern what is good and what is evil. You got to be able to discern and say, well, those thoughts that came in my head was against God. those thoughts that came to my head are not good. In order for you to reject it, you got to know the difference. You got to know the difference between good and evil, holiness and righteousness, profane. You got to know the difference in order to reject it. Comes here first. And if I don't reject it, I'm going to follow through with it. I'm going to follow through with it. That's why you look at some people and you ask them, why you think that way? Why do you think that way?
You gotta change your frame.
Why do you move that way? We have to change our frame of thinking according to the way God thinks, to be accepted by God. To be accepted by God. When people look at you and say, man, oh, why you did it? I said, wait, listen, I know why you said that. Because you think, ba, 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 ba. And the person is dead headstrong on what they feel and they think.
Sticking to it.
Look at it. Look what the man said. This is a man that God said have a heart like me. He said he have a heart like me. This is one of the songs that King David said. He said, I hate vain thoughts. In the Hebrew, seraphim, it says, I hate opinions. What are opinions? Opinions don't have to be true. Your thoughts don't have to be true.
It's only how I see
Because you don't have truth, you don't have facts to back up your thoughts. You don't have facts to back up your opinions. So when you don't have facts to back up your opinions and your atrocious thoughts against that person, then it's godly and righteous for you to leave off from those thoughts and opinions. That's why when people say certain things, and I say, what made you think that way?
Why you thinking that?
Why you think I pulled why you think I pulled this out? Why do you think that I pulled this out? Because I have it in my hand? That don't mean I pulled the tape out. You ain't see me pull it out. That means you're judging matters according to your opinion and your thoughts. King David said, I hate vain thoughts, vain opinions. And if he hated, guess who else hated? God hated. What are opinions? A view formed in the mind about a matter. A generally held view. So guess what? The book teaches us how to think. The book teaches us how to move. And according to how we think and how we move, God looked at you and said, that's a righteous man. That's a godly man. That's a pious man. That's a pious and righteous woman. This is an acceptable woman. This is a woman with virtue. There's a whole way of standards for us to walk, for God to accept us. This is why reading is important. Let's read. He said, do good, O Lord, unto those that be good. And when we didn't do good, guess what? God rejected us. When we didn't do good, God pushed us away. God pushed us away. Tom, see?
And to them that are upright in their heart.
And to them that are upright in their heart. What is upright? Yashar, meaning straight, correct, upright, right? Upright means what? Strong moral rectitudes. What are strong moral rectitudes? The laws, commandments, and statutes. That's what give you good morals. Those are the things that give you good morals. Straight, meaning exhibiting honesty and fairness. Impartial and just treatment. Honesty, being fair. Impartial, meaning you're not dealing with partiality. The man is wrong, but because you're partial, He's right. You're on the side. But we got to realize one thing. The law doesn't choose sides. The law don't choose sides. The law is only on one side. That's it. That's it. Right? Just treatment. Okay? Upright in their heart. Right? As for such as turn aside, Tamshi,
unto their crooked ways.
Unto their crooked ways.
The Lord shall lead them forth with the workers
the
of
Lord
iniquity.
shall lead them forth. Lead them forth with the workers of iniquity. The word for lead is pa'al, means to make them do. He's going to lead you. He's going to make you do the things that is unlawful. He's going to give you. He's going to feed you according to the lust of your own heart. But peace
the Lord shall lead them forth with the workers of iniquity, but peace shall be upon Israel.
Go to Deuteronomy chapter 27. Deuteronomy chapter 27. We got to realize that there's only one way to serve this God. It's only one way. And we need to start making some type of necessary changes towards serving this God. Because if you don't begin to make any changes, then you're going to remain in the same way. The object of the game is to change. Are you getting better? Or are you not getting better?
It's only those.
Go ahead and read.
Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying.
Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying. These are the same 70 elders that God took the spirit from Moses and put it upon the 70 elders to judge these people. Which means what? You think that's all? That's the only 70 elders we had here? No, we have more older and elder people, but not every old person are elders. There's a certain standards that come with being an elder. Brothers today look at an old dude, he got white hair on him, he old and white, walking, he say, oh, that's an elder. There's a standard that come with being an elder. Because you got old men that like men. He's an elder. No, not all old people are elders. Tamshi.
Keep all the commandments which I command you this day.
He said, keep all the commandments which I command you this day. Fulfill all the commandments that I command you this day, Tamshi.
And it shall be on the day when you shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones and plaster them with plaster.
See, we cannot pass that Jordan, and we cannot get over that Jordan. Before we get over there, we got to get all these laws and get these laws intact. Why? Because if we go over in that land and we violate the commandments of God, then what's going to happen? The land is going to kick us out. The land is going to kick us out. Right? Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law.
Okay.
When thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Okay.
A land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord God of thy fathers had promised thee. Therefore, it shall be when ye be going over Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones, which I command you this day in Mount Ebal.
Those was huge stones.
Yeah, those are mountains.
And it was a large distance, many miles, thousands of miles from Mount Ebal to Mount Gerizim. Yeah. And each stone that was set up, we had to plaster them with plaster and write the laws on those stones. On those boulders. It wasn't no pebbles, it was huge stones. So now, before you come into the land, you know the do's and the don'ts. You know the rules. Ain't that how you set up your house? When people come in and say, oh, listen, before you decide and settle in, this is the rules of the house. But people come to your house and want to change your rules. So if you can't abide to the rules, then you cannot stay here. gotta lead.
That's how it is everywhere.
You gotta lead. The rules of the house. When the Sabbath comes, we all go and congregate. Nobody sits home.
No. Or you can go somewhere else.
When the Sabbath comes, there will be no kindling and fire in this house. When the Sabbath comes, TVs and music, heathenistic music is shut down. When the Sabbath comes, there will be no housework going on in this house.
No.
When the Sabbath is here, there's no washing, no dishes. There's no cleaning, no toilet.
That's already done.
All that is done. Everything is arranged and set up and cooked and prepared before the Sabbath comes in. If you cannot accept those rules, then you must leave. That goes for everybody.
That's right.
I can't violate the Sabbath for mama and papa. You know what tell you that? When the king fired his mother from being queen, and she set up a monstrous idol. He said, mama, destroy the idol. He said, mama, I can't keep you as being queen no more. You gotta go, mama.
You represent.
There goes the door.
Sorry.
God didn't tell me violated and dishonored his mother.
No. It was noted that was a good thing.
That's right. And God spoke about it and said it was good.
That's a good thing.
My mama cannot come in my house and cook. No. Mama and papa can't come to your house and cook on Shabbat. That's why you can't do the law if your parents are not in the law. You can't fulfill these laws in their houses because you can't tell them what to do in their house. But with all due respect, mama, this is how I run my house. I live according to the Lord. We can't cook here. We can't do this. We can't do this. We can't do this because I live one way. That's it. And on Shabbat, you can't be in no place that don't serve God.
Right. Right.
Because you got to congregate. I can't spend time in my mother's house in Westchester or Miami or Panama, and I can't congregate on Shabbat. In Trinidad, in Tobago, I got to make sure I come back to the spot where I can congregate and serve God. Which means, when I go to Panama, I'm leaving Saturday night, Sunday.
Right.
And I got to make sure I'll be back by Friday. Because I have to congregate on Saturday.
That's right.
And all the situations that's going on, that set up, has to be set up around my schedule, or I can't attend.
Everything.
I'm not coming. I can't come. Because I have to make sure I'll be back to serve God and do what God requires of me.
That's right. That's any trip, any journey, any visitation.
That's anything.
That's right. That's correct.
I gotta do what God requires of me, so I can remain in good standards with God. The object of the game is to please God. And if your object of the game ain't pleasing God, then it ain't pleasing me. I'm not pleased with you, son. I'm not pleased with you, daughter. Well, you're my daughter. I love you, but you know how I raised you up. I didn't raise you to be messing around and playing around, working on. I told my daughter that. I said, well, if you stay here, you got to come out those tights. You can't be wearing those jeans. Huh? You're not going to be going to Ling Ling, some Lang Ling, picking up little shrimp fried rice. Or, there's no pork in it. It's just beef and rice. I don't want none of that stuff in here because it stinks. And they cook the same food with the greasy, unclean oil. It's still unclean. Yeah. So you ain't got to go back. You can stay right here. I'm going back. I was okay. Go on back. I said, the door's already open. You can always come back. But they ain't coming back. But the rules stand. So if I don't change the rules for my own seed, you think I'm going to change the rules for somebody else? Why? Why I didn't change the rules for her? because God come first. And I love God more than I love her. I love God more than I love my 2 kids here. I love God more than I love my woman. Nothing can get in between that.
That's right. Say it again.
My love for God is greater than anything.
Yeah, that's full commitment.
Full commitment to God, man.
I'll flip on you for God in a minute. In a second.
Let's read.
And there thou shalt build an altar unto the Lord thy God.
And there thou shalt build an altar unto the Lord thy God. You know how many altars I had to destroy?
Yeah.
Let me explain to you what an altar is. You go to a person's house, they got a stand like this. Next thing you see a picture of a dead soul with food and drinks. That's an altar. I don't want this in here. This gotta go. That's getting destroyed. All that gotta go. Because it's corrupt. It was used for a corruptible thing. So the altars was built of what? Whole stones. What are whole stones? Whole stones is when the stones was not used for no type of work. No tool was put upon them. So those was whole stones. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not lift up any tool upon them.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord thy God.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt offer peace offerings, and shalt eat there, and rejoice before the Lord thy God.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt write upon the stone
Peace offerings, burnt offerings, sin offerings. But if we honor God and obey what God says, then we won't have to bring up no offerings. Because there ain't going to be no sin. He said, you think I delight in offerings? He said, but he said, obedience is better than sacrifices. Obedience is better than that burnt offering. Obedience is better than that sin offering. Now we got to set up a peace offering to get back in good grace with God, to get back in good favor with God. Why? Because we offended him. Don't you see the situation and the predicament that we are in today? We offend God with no way to get his attention back, with no way to regain his favor back, because we don't have a high priest to set up no more offerings. So the only way we can get back in good graces with God is to stop. Is to stop. Stop violating. Stop sinning. Stop transgression. Now, I'm going to refrain that. Stop sinning presumptuously. Because we all going to sin. Yeah, we all going to sin. Oh, you talk a good one, but you said, so what? My mind is made up to do this, though. Yeah, I messed up here, but my mind is made up to do this. You know why? Because once I fall, and I acknowledge why I fell, I acknowledge, I clean up and get back in line. I don't remain there. I said the wise man don't remain there. You got to get up, clean yourself off, and get back on track. Let's read.
And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. And Moses and the priest, the Levites, spake unto all Israel, saying, take heed and hearken, O Israel.
Take heed and hearken, O Israel.
This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God, and do all his commandments.
This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God. We understand that? Before God was able to take this nation to himself, he had to clean them up. He had to clean them up. Some had to die. Some had to be killed. Sometimes the whole generation, this whole crowd had to go. But the whole process had to take place before God said, now you all become my people. No. That's right. That's the same rules and regulations that come when you're taking a wife. That's right. Because you're taking this woman that don't know who your God is. Her mentality is completely opposite to your mentality. So now I gotta try and talk to her and guide her and show her who God is and the things that please God. But before she begins to think about what pleased God, you're going to do what pleased me first. And what pleased me is following these laws, commandments, and statutes.
Right.
Then in time of you fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes and being fervent in these laws, now you will begin to think about how can I please God now? Now it's past me. Because you're on that level. I got to do things to please God. Huh? Let's read.
Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God.
And do his commandments. And his statutes which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people. When ye are come over Jordan. Simeon, Levi,
Judah,
Issachar,
Joseph, Benjamin.
And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse. Reuben, Gad, and Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image.
Cursed be the man that maketh a graven or molten image. The word for graven is fesel. Right? What is a fesel? A fesel is an idol. What is an idol? An idol is an image or representation of a god used as an object of worship. Used as an object of worship. Okay? Now, go ahead. Or molten image. The word for molten image is a maseka. Maseka is a mask. That's why we didn't wear masks. That's why we didn't wear masks. We didn't put on masks. Costumes. In Halloween, they wore costumes to ward off the evil spirit that was conjured up, that came around.
All Hallows Eve.
Go ahead, read.
Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands.
Abomination, a thing that caused disgust and hatred. God hates it. God disgusts it. So it behooves us to stay away from the things that God hates and despise. Because if we don't stay away from the things that God hates and despise, then you're going to be hated and despised. Because I'm doing the thing that God hates. You do something that a person don't like, he's going to begin to dislike you. Nah, you keep doing this, and you know it bothers me. So why do you continue to do this, and do that when you know it bothers me? That's not love. That don't show love for God. That don't show love for your father. And that don't show love for your husband. You don't do things to hurt the person. You don't do things to hurt God. Go ahead, read.
The work of the hands of the craftsman.
The work of the hands of the craftsman.
And put it in a secret place.
In a secret place. You know how many times I done found abominable things in secret places?
Not supposed to be in the house.
What's this? Why is this here? You know this is against the laws of God. You know I speak against this. Why is this here? And when things that is against God and when things that is hatred and disgusted in the eyes of God, those things brings, like people say, negative energy, evil spirits. And when these things are in the house, now it's uproars and this get conjured up. This happened. And then when you found it, oh, this is why all this is going on.
This is why the uproar.
Because this ain't supposed to be in the house. This is abominable in the eyes of God.
Right.
So he stir up certain things within the house because it's not right. Something is going on in this house that's causing this uproar.
Right.
Isn't that what Paulie said? He said, man, somebody here messing around. Somebody in here messing around because you go out there, you do your dirt, and then come back and bring that same filth with you. Yeah. According to your lifestyle, you could bring evil spirits with you within the house
That's right.
and cause uproars and friction. That's right.
This is why this happened.
Time sheet.
And all the people shall answer, so be it.
So be it. Time sheet.
Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother.
Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother. So the word for set light is what? Neglect, right? It means set light. It means lightly esteem. When you lightly esteem, it also means no regard, right? Regard means what? To have a regard for your parents means to have a protective interest or care. And if in order to have a protective interest or care, you gotta be around. So when you're not around, you lightly esteem your parents, which means God put you and say that you curse. And say that you curse. He said you curse. Okay? Regard means to have a protective interest or care, consideration, and attentive towards your parents. So that's why when a child comes and says, "Oh, you know, watch here," he regards you. He has an attentive and consideration and care for you. That's why when a child comes and says, "Oh, watch this," he regards you.
Attention.
I'm not going to sit here and just watch you go crazy. No. Not going to do that. Because guess what? I get cursed. Yeah, God cursed me because you should have been there. I've always said, man, what your mom doing there, man? He said, she heard us up. He said, that's you guys. That's all you guys for because y'all should have been. He's right. That's what God says. That's having a protective interest, consideration, attentive, and care towards your parents. And in order to have that, you have to be around.
Say it one more time.
You got to be around. You ain't married. You ain't got no husband, but you're not around.
By yourself in your own big house.
You got to come around.
Hey, man, stop playing.
You got to come around.
Man up. Man up.
All right? You can't stay away and honor your parents. The book shows us what honor is. Those 12 boys, they didn't run off from their father and their mother. I said those 12 sons pitched tent around Jacob, Rachel, and Leah. And they didn't leave off. They stayed close-knit. So that they were able to go to the field and tend to the field, and Jacob could stay home and relax. Ain't no more Jacob going to the field. No. I ain't got to go to the field no more. I got 12 boys.
He did that.
Huh?
He did that.
Mama Love want to go to the store. What you going to the store for, man? You ain't got to go to the store. Man, I go. I take care of it. Mm-hmm. And don't by no means. Don't think, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? That's what I'm here for. Right. To go to the store for you. Right. You want to go to the store? If I don't feel like it, that feeling is erased. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I gotta go. I'm going. I got you. I'm going to the store for you, man. I want to go to the store. Let's go. That's what you want. Hey, the feeling of that feeling, because the feeling will come. Of course. The feeling will come. I don't feel like going. Zip. Correct. Immediately zip it out. Oh, what you need? I'm going. Let's go. Go right away. Yeah. Because the evil is there with good. Good is there with the evil. Yeah. So when good comes, the evil comes too. So you gotta counter it. You gotta counter it, man. Yeah. There's no guarantee that my children gonna be around me when I turn 70.
That's rare.
When I turn 80.
That's a rare thing.
When I turn 90, I may
thing.
be by myself.
That's a rare thing.
But guess what?
We are a rare breed.
Guess what?
You're gonna be by yourself.
Children today are a rare breed. We are a rare breed. You don't find men that stick around their parents like that.
Don't bank on it.
No, I ain't banking on it.
Don't bet me.
Whoever stays, stay. Whoever don't, hey, I'm going to still be good.
I'm going
to be good.
They don't make them like us no more.
Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother.
And
all the people shall say, so be it. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark.
Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmarks. You got land, I got land. I go, there's a marking that separates your land from this person's land. I go and take the marking and move it 5 acres out so I can gain more land. See, that man's cursed. Tom Sheet.
And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be him that maketh the blind to wander out of the way.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. The word for wander is mashgeh, means to fall into error. Cursed be he that causeth the blind to fall into error. How do you cause the blind to fall into error? That's when you tell a person contrary or opposite from what God says. Once you start teaching and telling a person contrary and opposite from what the book says, then you're causing them to fall out. You're causing them to fall into error with God. Tom C.
Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger.
Cursed be he that perverted the judgment. What is pervert? Pervert, to be a pervert is what? Perversion has become a form. Perversion has become a form of human behavior. We are all perverts before God. I ain't no pervert. Yeah, you think a pervert just mess with little boys and little girls? No, that's not only a pervert. A perversion has become a form of human behavior in which deviates from what God considers to be normal. So when God said this is normal, this is right, this is good, and you go against what God said is good, right, or normal, you say it's wrong, you're a pervert. And perversion that sets in, says it has become human nature, human behavior, perversion. Yes. Why? Because we go against what God said is good. We go against what God said is good. We say what God said is evil, we say it's good. So that's perversion. Tom Sheet.
The judgment of the stranger, the fatherless.
The judgment of the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Tom Sheet.
And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it. Tom Sheet.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife. Tom Sheet.
Because he uncovered his father's skirt.
He uncovered the father's skirt. Now, the word for skirt is kanaf. Okay? The word for skirt is kanaf. Kanaf means extremity. Extremity is what? Is a limb of the body, such as the arm or leg. And this is why the woman, we don't wear dresses up to our knees. Because you're discovering your calf and your legs, and that's all part of your nakedness. That's your extremity. So this is why our woman, our dresses come down past our calf, past our knees to our ankles. Every nation have a dress wear. Every nation have a dress wear. Babylonians, the Hittites, the Perizzites, Americans. And I can determine who you are just by your dress wear. That's why you see certain men look at a certain woman and they look at the woman and she's dressed accordingly and said, have a good day, sister. Enjoy your day, sis. Enjoy your day, queen.
Instead of what's up, ma.
They ain't gonna say it's what's up, ma, to you. Because you're not dressed like what's up, ma.
That's right.
You're dressed accordingly. So they're gonna give you respect accordingly. Look, some men will even fight for you.
Yeah.
Nah, don't do that to our righteous sister, man. You're a righteous sister. Yes, leave that woman alone.
Leave her alone, man.
Yeah.
Don't even try to holler at her. Leave her alone.
Tom Sheep.
Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say, so be it.
Now, something got to be wrong with your mind. Something got to be wrong with your mental faculties to desire to cohabitate and have sex with a dog. To desire and cohabitate and have sex with cats. You got men that have sex with sheep, horses, all types of animals. Yeah. God said those type of people gotta die. And
Entities.
that custom, you know, this custom came from Greeks, Romans.
Bestiality.
Bestiality came with those people, man. When you go before the king in Greece to get married, before you marry this woman or go into the woman, the Roman king or the emperor, he gonna have sex with the man. He gonna penetrate the woman, penetrate the man, and penetrate your animals.
And the horse you came
And the horse you came on. That's what they did. That was Greek custom.
That was their blessing.
That's
For a
right.
married couple. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father.
Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, Tamshi.
The daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, so be it.
The daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. So no, I can't sleep and cohabitate with my sister. There's no half sister.
No such thing.
We got the same father but different mother. That's my sister.
No, sister.
We got the same mother but different father. That's my sister. There's no half. Tamshi.
Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, so
Cursed
be
be
it.
he that lieth with his mother-in-law. Have sex with the daughter and then you go looking at the mother. You know, certain things I can speak up for my brother with. Yeah. And certain things he's able to speak up for me for.
It's hideous stuff. Yeah.
Because I could look at my brother and say, listen, man, he's with her. I know he's not messing with that because they're related. I know he ain't sleeping with his mother because they're related. I know how he moves. I know him. The same way you could look at a person and say, well, nah, I know he didn't do that, or I know she didn't do that. How you know? Because let's go ask. Let's go find out. Oh, they ain't gonna tell you. I'm telling you they ain't do it. I know that. Just like you know your own child. Tamshi.
Cursed be he that smited his neighbor secretly.
Smiting his neighbor secretly.
And all the
Tamshi.
people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed
How you smite your neighbor secretly? You sneak them. You sneak them. Tamshi.
Cursed be he that take a reward to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say,
You
so
take
be
a
it.
reward to slay an innocent person. Those are hitmen. Those are people that takes contract for this person. For me to take this person's life, I take the money, I kill the person.
It really goes down.
That's right, Tamshi.
Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this Lord
It's
to
the
do them.
whole banger right here. He said, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law. The word for confirm it means queen. Kuf, yod mem. It means to give approval. It means to fulfill. Fulfill means to do as required. To give approval. You approve of it, you believe and accept it. Okay? So if I don't start putting in works for these laws, I'm cursed. To confirm also means to fulfill or to confirm, to agree. Tamshi? No, cut that, go to Jeremiah 18. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 18. Got it? Tamshi.
The word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying,
The word which came to Jeremiah from who?
from the
From
Lord.
God. That was the job of all these prophets, man. These prophets, the word of God, these prophets, the word of God came to them. Sometimes they'll see visions, but their job was to get the message across to the people. Okay, Tamshi.
Arise and go down to the potter's house.
Arise and go down to the potter's house. Now, what is a potter? Do we know what a potter is? A potter does pottery. Pottery is articles made of earthenware or clay, right? Now, what do you have with earthenware or clay? Dishes, plates, bowls, spoons. Now, think. In the law, it states that if you have a dish that's of earthenware or clay, and I am unclean by the dead, If I touch that earthenware that is made of earthenware or clay, I cannot use that. Those earthenwares that are made of clay and earthenware has to be broken and thrown out. Then I told my woman that. I said, listen, we got sent plates, dishes, and it was all earthenware and clay. I looked at it. The first thing coming to your mind is what the laws and the commandments of God comes to your mind first. I can't keep these. I can give it away. I don't want it here. So I took it. I put it on the steps, and someone else took it. Okay? I didn't have to break it because it wasn't mine. It was given me. So I just put it back outside on the steps. Let somebody else take it. If you have any earthenware or clay in your house, it has to be broken and discarded. And it just came to my mind, I'm not using it for the animal neither. God didn't say make no exceptions. So when we get home, we're going to get rid of that bowl that we got used for Russell. I know Russell got a little bowl of his own. I got a little earthenware of bowl here for Russell to drink. Russell, we got to get rid of that bowl. You got to get rid of that bowl, Russell. Russell, we got to go. You're going to get you a clean bowl that's your plastic bowl.
Plastic or glass.
That bowl got to go. Can't use that bowl. Go ahead, read.
Go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause thee to hear my word.
Here it is. Listen to this now. He said, go down to the potter's house. Now, the potter's house is the one that formed dishes and spoons with clay. So it's like spinning and you spinning it and you're forming it. You're shaping it according to your desire, how you want it. Okay, let's read.
Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand. The vessel
that the potter made was marred. It was right. He messed up, right, in the hand of the potter.
So he made it again.
He made it again.
Another vessel. As seemed good to the potter to make it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, O house of Israel.
O house of Israel.
Cannot I do with you as this potter, saith the Lord?
You see what God used? God used that as an example. He said, I can do you the same way that potter did.
That's right. If it messed up, I do it.
If it's messed up, I get rid of it and make a new one. And make a new one. That's what God does. He said, I could do that.
That's what he does.
Go ahead, read.
Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand,
as the clay is
so
in the potter's hand,
in mine hand.
So are ye in my hands, O Israel. But God didn't do us like that. He didn't do us like the potter did. Formed the potter, the pottery got marred and it wasn't made correctly. He got rid of that pottery and made another one. God could get rid of us and come up with a new people that's going to honor him and respect us, respect his laws. But he didn't do that, Tamshi. You know what? You know why? His agreement and his promise to Abraham. See, we are not like unto God. We ain't the same. We make covenants and make agreements and vows and make oaths and go against what we say out of our mouth.
Say you didn't make the vow.
And say, I ain't made no vow. I ain't said that, but you so angry and distorted in your mind that you don't even remember what you said. That's why we got to be careful with the words that we say out of our mouth. Because the words that we say out of our mouth will cause your flesh to sin against God. Tamshi.
At what instant shall I speak concerning a nation?
He said, at what instant shall I speak concerning a nation?
And concerning a kingdom to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy. If that
pluck up. The word for pluck up is natash. Natash, nun tau shin. Natash means to root out. To root out means what? To remove from a location or home that is familiar. God done plucked us up out of that land. Plucked us up and uprooted us and sent us out. Migrated, listen, man, we migrated from Israel into Africa. Then from Africa, he allowed ships It's called the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes, sir.
Went over there,
Slave trade.
get taken out of Africa, put on levels and shelves. I'm below, woman above me. She's on her period. She's bleeding, the blood dripping on me. You gotta defecate, you defecate there. You gotta urinate, you urinated there.
There's no movement.
There's no movement. And all those spots was ports, drop-offs,
Ports,
Panama,
all the ports.
Trinidad.
All the ports.
And the slaves got done worse
That's right.
out there.
Yeah.
Because they was raping the men. It's
Yeah.
called buck
Bucket,
something.
bucket.
The last stop was the Americans. When that ship stopped here, they had to burn it. That's when the plague started. Bubonic plague started from that. They had to burn that shit, man. But all that went down because of our disobedience with God, man.
God made that happen.
God made that happen.
It would never be a revolution.
Tamshi,
To pluck up
to pluck up
and to pull down.
and to pull down. The word for pull down is natats. Nun tau zadeh. To pull down, natats means what? To break down. And when God break you down, you're not gonna progress.
Yes, sir.
There's no progress. There's no progression in these laws. You're not gonna progress,
That's right.
right? To pull down, meaning to depress in strength and spirit.
Sad.
Sadden you,
Way down.
weigh you down. God does that, man.
Yeah.
Because if you're
Discourage you.
depressed in your strength and spirit, you're discouraged. You're discouraged. You're discouraged, and you're not gonna have no push to serve God. When God did that to you, when God did that to us, man, we didn't have the courage. We didn't have the courage to push for that which was lawful and right.
Settle for whatever.
We settled for whatever.
Yeah.
Tom shit.
And to destroy it.
Uh-huh.
If that nation against whom I have pronounced
If that nation against whom I have pronounced,
turn from their evil,
that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do to appease the anger of God, is to turn from the evil that we are doing. We got to stop. It come upon a time when we have to stop. We got to draw that line and stop. But we so stubborn that we are highly stubborn. And we refuse. We want to remain the same way.
Full of pride.
Pride.
Stubborn and pride.
Pride is what's making us not wanting to change what is in us. Pride. Right? Who did that? Job. Job eschewed evil. The word eschew evil means to turn away. To turn away or turn aside from that which is unlawful. Turn away from evil. And judged by Job turning away from evil, that drew the attention of God towards him. He drew God's attention towards him. Now he start making bets in the heavens with the adversary, with Satan. The entity, the one, listen, that God said, he said, listen. He said, this guy here, the angels of God came to appear before him. He said, this guy come about. He said, well, what you doing here? He said, I'm going up and down in the world. He said, you don't consider my servant Job? He said, you don't consider this guy here? And by us doing that which is lawful and right, at that point in time, Job was exalted in the heavens. God exalted him. Go ahead, read.
In what instance shall I speak concerning a nation, concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it? If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them.
I will repent of the evil that I got in mind to do to you. It said good and evil come from God.
That's right.
I said good and evil come from God.
That's right.
And God only do you evil because your hands call for it.
That's right.
Your lifestyle is not acceptable by God, so he give you according to what you're doing in your life. Tom She.
Now, therefore, If it do evil in my sight, that it will obey not my voice,
Mhm.
then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I would benefit them.
What verse you at?
I'm at 11 now.
Okay. And if it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherein I said I would benefit them. The word for benefit is hativ, means to do good. Right? So when God repent of the evil, he's demonstrating what? Care.
Yeah.
He's demonstrating care for who? For his creation.
Right.
He's demonstrating and showing care for you. Repent meaning he pulled back. He held his hand back. Because you must have did something that changed that whole situation in the heavens. You done made a complete turn to where God had to hold back his hands. I can't do you in yet because your works and what you're doing doesn't call for me to do this to you. So therefore I got to hold back. God only do you in if it calls for it. That's it. You don't get down like that. Tom C.
Verse 11. Now therefore go to speak to the men of Judah and to the
Now
inhabitants
therefore
of
go
Jerusalem,
to speak to the men of Judah,
and to the inhabitants of
to
Jerusalem,
the inhabitants of Jerusalem,
saying, thus saith the Lord, behold, I frame evil against you.
I frame evil against you. You hear that? The word for frame is yatzah, yod zadeh resh. It means to create. He said, I will create, to design or to bring about a course of action or behavior. So it's two things. When God framed evil on us, action is what? Things that you do. Behavior is what? He's going to cause you to act a certain way. He's going to cause you to move in a manner or behave in a manner that's not acceptable by God. And people think behaving is not a part of this.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. When you start behaving and moving in a way that's not accepted of God, God don't like that. God despises that. So God did that. Tom C.
I frame evil against you.
Evil against
and device against you.
And device against you. He said to plan, kashab, plan or imagine something to happen to you. Read.
Return ye now every one from his evil way.
Return ye now everyone from what?
From his evil way.
From his evil ways. Turn back. But in order for you to return from your evil ways, I gotta acknowledge that what I'm doing is evil. Right. I gotta acknowledge that what I did wasn't right by God. And when we acknowledge these things, you have to stop. We gotta stop. We can't continue to move in a way that is not accepted by God and continue to move in that form or that manner, not acknowledging our fault, because in order for us to change, we have to acknowledge our fault. We got to acknowledge that what we are doing that's not accepted by God is wrong.
It's not right.
It's not right. For there to be any changes, you got to acknowledge. Tom C.
Return ye now every one from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good. And
make your ways
and your doings.
And your doings
good.
Good. Your ways. What are your ways? People say your ways, Ways is also a possible decision or action. According to your ways, how filthy it is and how clean it is, that's when you start making decisions. You make an evil decision, you got dirty ways. An evil decision can be based according to your ways.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. I learned that yesterday. An evil decision can be based according to your ways. What else? A possible decision or action, things that I do. tells me that I have filthy ways. One brother look at another brother and look at him and give him a smack. Wow! Yeah, you got filthy ways. What was your reason for smacking that brother? What's your reason? God said, hand, life shall go for life. Eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. And if you truly believe that, then I'm not going to raise up and knock out your tooth. Because I know that I got to sit here and you got to knock my tooth out now. And maybe he don't hit as hard as you hit. So he may hit you one time. Wow, the tooth ain't come out. I got to keep hitting you until that tooth come out. If I hit you one time, well, that's it. You can't hit me no more. I hit you. No. You hit me and my tooth came out.
Tooth for tooth.
This man got strong roots. And that tooth ain't coming out like that. Next thing you got, man, you're going to sit there and you're going to get hit. Now you're going to learn to keep your cotton picking hand to yourself. What makes you think you can just raise your hand
To a grown man.
to grown men?
It's whopping to you.
But these are people that don't consider God. We are dealing with people that have a good talk. Man, niggas could talk good. Yeah, you running your mouth about God and all that. Let me see if you put it into action when the situation comes up. When the situation come up. Now I want to see if you really for God. Now I want to see what you really look at. You just talking, man. A lot of people just run their mouth, but when the situation come up, they're not going to stand on it.
That's right.
They're not going to stand on it. I don't put my hands on nobody. I don't put my hands on nobody, so I'll be damned if you're going to put your hand on me. I don't move that way, man. And we cannot move that way if we want to desire to gain any type of acceptance from God. You want acceptance from God? This is the way to get it, man. This is the only way to get it. The only way. I understand people's mindset. Again, your ways also determines your decisions and your actions. Your ways also determines your characteristic. Habitual manner. Your mode of being. And all that can be corrected when what? When we begin to take heed to the laws and the commandments of God. Okay? Let's read.
And they said, there is no hope.
And they said, there is no hope. Okay, what is hope? Feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. What are your expectations? Your expectations is what you hope for. Go ahead. There is no hope, Tom C.
But we will walk after our own devices.
You hear that? I said, you hear that? You sit a person down and say, God said, don't do this. Thou shalt. Oh, thou shalt not. But guess what they said? We're gonna walk after our own devices. I'm gonna retain this evil, atrocious thoughts, and I'm gonna remain thinking this way, and I'm gonna continue living my life this way. I don't agree with that. I'm gonna walk after my own thoughts. That's us today. That's the people today. When people hear the laws and the commandments of God and refuse to change according to what God says, that's what you're saying, that I'm going to remain the same way, whether God like it or not. And God is not, you expect God to accept you that way too. That's what we want. Like I always sing that song, take me as I am, or have nothing at all. Okay, well, I guess I won't have nothing. That's how
God.
God feels.
It's a crazy oath.
You don't want to hearken to my laws. What God said. He said, I'm going to go back to my spot. I'm going back to my place until you guys acknowledge your offense. Ain't that what we do? Until you acknowledge that you was wrong, I'm going to keep my attitude. I'm going to keep my attitude, and I'm going to remain angry with you until you can acknowledge that what you did was wrong. Now, wrong according to what God says. If you didn't violate God, stop telling the person that they're wrong. Because this here ain't set up according to your likes and your dislikes. This is set up according to what God like. This is set up according to what God dislike. Tom Shee.
And we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, ask ye now among the heathen.
Notice, every time we read the book and it states a heathen, read about heathen, it says goyim. Goyim means nations. He said, ask now among who? Among the nations.
Who have heard such things.
He said, did the nation ever heard such a thing? Tom Shee.
The virgin of Israel had done a very, very horrible thing.
The virgin of Israel had done a very horrible thing. Okay? Horrible thing. The word horrible, it means something very unpleasant. Something shocking. Okay? Tom Shee.
Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which cometh from the rock of the field? Or shall the cold...
Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which cometh from the rock of the field?
Or the cold...
Man, I done did everything for you. I did everything for you. I made sure you walked in the house on red carpet. The best. Everything was done. But you left off. Tom Shee.
That's right. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which cometh from the rock of the field? Or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people have forgotten me. They have burned incense to vanity.
They have burned incense to vanity. You know what it means to burn incense to vanity? Burn incense to vanity is when you start burning incense to idols and deities. This is why I don't burn incense in my house. And if I smell frankincense in the house, horns are going to come out the top of my head. You know why? Because I know the use of those incense. Incense was only burnt during the sacrifices. Jeremiah chapter 18, verse 15. Incense was only burnt during sacrifices. Okay? Incense wasn't burned in our houses because it smells frowsy. Well, get you some Febreze. Get some air freshener. Open the window and blow a little air freshener in the house. But we didn't burn incense and frankincense. We didn't do that.
Incense was made to burn to God.
During the sacrifices. That's it. Tom Shee.
Because they have forgotten me, they have burnt incense to vanity, and they have caused them to stumble in their ways.
And they have caused them to stumble in their ways. So the things that you do in your life is what causes you to stumble. It's what causes you to stagger. Stumble meaning what? To fall into iniquity. To fall into error with God. Okay? To stagger. To waver. You know what wavering is? You're undecided. You're back and forth. You're doing a heavy rock. A heavy rock. 1 minute I'm on this side. Tomorrow I'm on this side. And you're back and forth. And you're back and forth with God. In and out. To waver or begin to doubt. Doubts. You're not fully 100% for God.
Right.
You are sitting here in these chairs listening with doubts. Not really aware or fully 100% with it. You're probably sitting here for a reason. or just because. But that comes with time. But we cannot erase these doubts if we don't read. It takes time to get these doubts out of my head. Because you're not going to 100% fear God. You're not going to come here with 100% fear towards God. But in order to erase and start working on yourself, you got to start putting work in for these laws. You got to start reading
on your own.
Reading on your own. And don't think that you know what it means. Always ask. You don't know what it means. Because however you think you know what it means, I can take you deeper. If you think you know what this means, I can take you deeper and show you a different side of what it means.
People don't know the full meaning.
Because you don't know the full meaning. You're just starting. You're just learning. You're just acknowledging and learning about these laws, commandments, and statutes. So you really think your understanding is going to be above the man that been doing this all his life? No. No. Your understanding is not going to be like his. Tom, see?
Because my people have forgotten me, they have burnt incense to vanity, and they have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths, to walk in paths.
Stumble in their ways from the ancient paths. What is the ancient path? Follow the old path, the old way, the ancient path. The ancient path is in this book. This new and revised way, that's the way of death. Stay away from it. Those are ways that are not acceptable by God. Stay away from this new wave. The new wave, leave it alone, because it's going to trap you off. Stick to the ancient path that God, that you learned from your forefathers, that you read here in the book, so that you can begin to attain the attention from God. Tom, see?
And they have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths, to walk in paths in a way not cast up. To make their
to walk in paths or in ways that I ain't start.
I ain't teach you this.
I ain't teach you this. I ain't show you this. But you desire this. Because you want to follow the nations. You want to follow the people that you see around. You want to follow them. Go ahead.
To make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone that passeth thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them to the back and not the face in the day of their calamity.
I will show them the back and not my face. You know what God knows that means?
Turn his back.
He said, when you're in trouble, he said, I'm gonna turn my back on you. He said, don't even call me. Don't set up no prayers, because I'm not going to listen. I'm turning my back on you. I'm walking away. You ever talk to somebody, make you angry? He's like, blah, blah, blah. Talking. He's like, man, I don't want to hear you. And you walk away. You turn your back on him. That's not good. Go ahead, read.
Then said they, come, and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. For the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Verse 18.
Yeah. He said, let us devise a device against Jeremiah. They took that man and put him in a pit. And if it wasn't for the eunuch, the eunuch, Ebed-Melech, he would have died. He would have died. Tom, let's cut that. Let's go to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 9. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, after Proverbs, right? This was a man that God asked him, what do you want? He said, what's your desire? What do you want? He said, I want, he said, give me understanding so I can govern a wise and understanding people. Told God that. God looked at him and he said, because you didn't ask for the death of your enemy. These are things you don't pray for. because you didn't ask for the death of your enemy. He said, because you didn't ask for money, for riches. You don't pray to God for money.
No.
You don't pray to God for riches. He said, okay, I'm going to give you wisdom and I'm going to make you rich. All because you didn't ask for it. He said, this is what I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you what you didn't ask. And you're going to get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to govern these people. And that's why King Solomon was able to loan his heart to folly, and his wisdom still remained with him. He was able to come back and snap back into reality. And tell you things, what to do, what not to do. What to stay away from, what not to stay away from. That's why one of the wise sayings of King Solomon, he said, let not drunkenness go with thee in your journey. It's not good to be traveling drunk. Those are many wise things this man said. Top sheet. Ecclesiastes chapter 9.
For all this I considered in my heart.
He said, for all this I considered in my heart.
Even to declare all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of God.
He said the righteous, the wise, and whatever the things that they do are in the hands of God. Are in the hands of God. Tom Sheet.
No man knoweth either love or hatred by all that is before them.
Man, you don't know whether to love or hate. You can discern between what is love and what is hate. When a person is showing you love and considering and care, you think I'm angry at you and I'm hating you. When a person is showing you hate, you think it's love. See, we got our terminologies. We don't know what love is care. I care for you, so I correct you and show you the right way to go. But then you think I'm chopping at your neck. Love is when you're mentioning certain things, but you think I'm throwing darts. No, that's not love. That's by correcting so I can see better come from you. Good got to come from you. So you got to hear your faults. If I don't hear my faults, then I can't make the necessary changes so I can please God. Tom Sheet.
For all this I considered in my heart, even to declare this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of God. No man either love or hatred by all that is before them.
Tom Sheet.
All things come alike to all.
All things come alike to all. Tom Sheet.
There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked.
To
the good.
He said there is an event that comes to the righteous and to the wicked.
Don't matter.
So I can be righteous and still go through hell.
Still gonna happen.
It's going to happen.
That's how it is.
And the same people look at the person and say, oh, he's supposed to be doing righteous and this is supposed to be going good with him. But look what he's going through here. That don't mean I'm evil. Not because I'm going through this or this happened to me means I'm evil. Because time and chance happen to them all. Whether you're good or evil, it's going to go down. It's going to happen. Tom Sheet.
To the good. And to the clean, and to the unclean, to him that sacrifices,
to him that sacrifices,
and to him that sacrifices,
and to him that sacrifices not. We can't set up no sacrifices now, but the sacrifices is the calves of our lips. The two appointed times of the sacrifices was the evening sacrifices and the morning sacrifices. Okay, these are two appointed times. When our forefathers used to set up our offerings, that's why it was a set time. And this is why when you get up in the morning, not when you decide, but before daybreak, when sun is up, that's not the time. I got to come up before the sun up at the break of dawn and set up my prayers. I got to go and set up my prayers at evening. Those are two appointed times that our forefathers set up them prayers. Set up those, so now we can't set up those sacrifices, so you set up your prayers. And while you're setting up your prayers, you got to make sure you're in good standards with God so that your prayers can be accepted. Because God don't accept every prayer. God don't accept every prayer. Okay? He said, Tom, go ahead, read.
As is the good,
As
so
the
is
good.
the sinner.
As is the good, so is the sinner. The same thing that happened to the sinner is going to happen to the good. The same thing that, okay, go ahead, read.
And he that sweareth as he that feareth an oath.
He that sweareth as he that feareth an oath. He that sweareth as he that feareth an oath. We know what I mean by oath. When you start swearing and going against the things that you done sworn. All right, go ahead, read.
This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun. There is one event unto all.
There was one event unto all.
Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil.
Also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil. Naturally, we're evil. Naturally, we are evil. Not only the man, the woman also. We're evil, man. We're evil. And God was so merciful that he left behind a way that we can get rid of this evil. God left the book to where we can counter this evil that is in us. Most of us don't acknowledge. Most of us don't acknowledge and think that we're evil.
Right.
Most of us say, man, we good. I ain't evil. I'm a good man. I'm a good woman. But you ain't good according to the standards that God set. That's when God will look at you and say you're good. Tom C.
Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart.
Uh-oh. He said the hearts of the men are full of evil, and madness is in their heart. The Hebrew word for madness is holelot. Holelot. Right? It means folly. Folly is what? Lack of good sense, lack of normal prudence, and foresight. So now we're going to learn and see if we have madness and folly within our hearts by looking up these words to see what it is. What is good sense? Good sense is conscious awareness and appreciation. Those are two different things. Appreciate the good are you able to appreciate what a person do for you? That don't die out. When a person do you good, that doesn't die. How do I know that?
Say it again.
How do I know that? Because King Saul told the Kenites to get up from amongst the Amalekites. The Kenites was who? Jethro. Jethro showed the nation of Israel kindness, showed them good by accepting them and feeding them. And because of that, that was years and years done passed. King Saul remembered that and told him to get up, told him to move. Right? Conscious awareness is being aware of one's situation in one life. Are you aware of what goes down in your life? The normal person ain't.
No.
We go through certain things in our lives and we're not conscious about the situation that we are going through, that God put us through because of your shortcomings with God. Because you know why? Because it ain't for you to correct it. It's not for you to correct it. It's for you to continue in your folly or in your wickedness so that when your cup run over, Most High wipe you out without you making the necessary corrections to get better with God. Okay? The reason why things happen in one's life because of your shortcomings with God.
That's right.
And sometimes it could be like what Solomon said. A time and chance happened to them all. Time and chance happened to them all. Normal prudence means being cautious. Normal prudence is able to govern and discipline oneself, right? And it's also being cautious. I'm not going to wash these dishes because I'm cautious and it may be work in the eyes of God. That's being cautious. And when you're being cautious, normal prudence is also what? You don't take risk. Because when you take risks,
You don't know.
you may be violating.
That's right.
So like my father used to say, when in doubt, do it out. Huh? Circumspect. You're unwilling to take risk. What is foresight? Ability to think ahead. Ability to think ahead. And by my ability to think ahead, I can prevent certain things.
Yes.
If I have the ability to think ahead, I'm not going to do this and this because I know if I do this, this is going to take it all the way out there. And it's not needed. It's going to go too far. And that's why people lose their lives. And that's why people end up in jail. That's why things happen. Okay? Tamshi. Now, I've seen a lot of people with none of this.
None of that at all. You can see it.
None of this. That's the madness that's in people today.
They don't care.
They don't care. Tamshi.
And madness is in their heart while they live, and after that, they go to the dead. For to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope.
For him that is joined to all living. Who's that? He said, there is hope. You're still alive. There's still hope for you because you are still alive. I can still change and make the necessary corrections within your life before I die to gain some type of recognition from God. Gotta get a pass from God before you die. That's the goal. That's our goal, to get that pass from God before you die. He said, well, you know what? He started out rugged, or she started out rugged and dragging her foot. But then at the end of her days, or at the end of his days, they got corrected and they changed. Sincerely. That's what you want. That's what you want God to say about you. Tamshi.
But to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. That's a fact.
A living dog is better than a dead lion. Tamshi.
For the living know that they shall die. But the dead know not anything. Neither have they any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Also their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Neither have they
also their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Why? Because he's dead. But don't you hear people? I hear these people crazy. A dude to be dead, and they still talk about how they hated him. And then wow, bro, the man is dead.
I'm glad he's dead.
And see, the man's dead. Forget about it. It's over. People don't move and think like that, man. Tamshi.
Neither have they any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. Go thy way. Eat thy bread.
Go your way.
Joy.
Eat thy bread with joy.
Drink thy wine with a merry heart.
Drink thy wine with a merry heart.
For God now accepted thy works.
I ain't got no time to be walking around with a screw face, stressed out.
Things ain't going your way.
Because things ain't going your way. He said, go your way, eat bread and be happy. Drink wine and be merry. I said, relax. I ain't got no time to be walking around all stressed out. I ain't got no time to be arguing with you about every situation. I ain't got no time for none of that. My time on life is short. So I need to enjoy what God gave me. It's life. Serving God, keeping his commandments, and enjoying what I got left here. Tamshi.
Let thy garments be always white. And let thy head lack no ointment. Live joyfully with the wife.
Live joyfully with your wife.
Whom thou lovest. All the days of the life of thy vanity.
All the days of your life in your vanity. I ain't got no time to be arguing with you, Isha. And we ain't got no time for none of that. Let's settle the differences, say what we gotta say, get it, and let's push forward. Push forward, man. That's what God said. That's how that's longevity. That's how That's how marriages
That's how
last.
it lasts.
You see a couple that's been together for 50, 60 years. So, well, how did you last? He said, well, they had their differences and they ironed it out. One old lady said, an old lady on TikTok, right? So the one chick asked her, she said, so do you care if your man cheat? She said, and if he do, what am I going to do?
Where I'm going.
She said, where I'm going. He said, well, I'm going to
good.
leave.
She said, I'm good.
She said, I'm good. He's paying my bills. He's doing well, necessary things here. Boom, 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 boom. He said, I can't do nothing about
What
it.
am I gonna do?
He
Jump
said,
to another?
He said,
That's what she said.
and that's what she said. She said, I ain't going to.
Jump to another man?
Know what I mean? But besides that, though, man, she said, man, it all boils down that let's live our life joyfully and happiness before God and serving God with no stress.
Let's not stress each other.
Let's not stress each other out. Go ahead, read.
All the days of thy vanity, for that is thy portion in this life,
Uh-huh.
and in thy labor which thou takest under the sun.
Uh-huh. This
Verse
is my
10.
portion, and this is what I work for. So I want to enjoy what I work for. I want to enjoy the vanity. You know what the vanity is? He said, all is vanity. Me getting a house, you getting 2 houses, getting cars, all that is vain. He said, the only thing that's not vain is the laws and the commandments of God. This is why prophets was able to walk the streets with no home and nowhere to go. And the woman, a woman, not the husband, the woman considered that. She said, I consider that this was a righteous man. So she built a chamber, a loft in a room, so that when the righteous, when Elisha passed by, he was able to go there and he could sleep there, lay his head and relax. So Elisha looked, he told Gehazi, he said, yo, man, see, you got to be appreciative, man, for the things that people do for you. So the prophet Elisha looked at Gehazi and he said, what should we do for this woman? We got to do something for her because look what she did for us. I got to return the good back. You did this for me. I got to return good back to you. So he said, behold, he said, the woman ain't got no son.
And most women.
That was the desire for all women.
That's right.
To have a child, have a baby.
Preferably a son.
Right.
That's right.
Preferably a son.
That's correct.
Because the son is able to carry through, protect the house, and do.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean? Go ahead, Reed. Ain't gonna get into that.
Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. But there
He
is
said,
no work.
whatever you decide you want to do and accomplish, he said, man, go for it.
All the way.
Go all the way. That's what you want to do. Let's go. Man, you want to come out with your own clothing lines? I ain't going to discourage you. Man, go ahead. Let's go.
Your business.
Do it. Just you got to be wise when you're doing certain things. Know what I mean? Go ahead.
For there is no work, nor device,
There's
nor
no work,
knowledge,
nor device, nor knowledge,
nor wisdom
nor wisdom
in the grave.
in the
Whither
grave.
thou goest.
All that stops.
All that stuff.
There's no more wise, no more thinking, no more none of that when you're dead.
It's a different
When
being.
you're dead, that's it. You're in a different mentality, different realm.
That's right.
The thing that they desire is rest.
Why hast thou disgraced
Rest.
me?
Why I say they desire that more than anything? Because Samuel was dead. And King Saul was not getting an answer from God. So King Saul went and inquired of the witcher Endor to call up the spirit of Samuel. When the witcher Endor called up the spirit of Samuel, you know what Samuel said? Why hast thou disquieted me? Right. When I looked it up in the Hebrew, he said, why you disturb me?
Why you disturbing me?
Why are you calling my spirit up? Why are you disturbing me? You can disturb the dead
That's right.
by calling them up, and they will come up.
That's right.
They'll come right up.
Leave me alone. I want to rest.
I want to
Yeah.
rest.
My pops was doing heavy witchcraft, and he called up his father, called up his own father, went to the headstone and called up my grandfather's spirit. And he said when he came up, he said, leave me alone. I want to rest. My father had an uncle that was doing into
The
the
same
same
thing.
witchcraft.
And we'll bring up.
And he called up my grandfather. You know what my grandfather told him? I'm waiting for you at the mulberry bush or the first mango tree.
That was in the graveyard.
That was in the graveyard. When he got up and left and met that mango tree, he died. He died. So that stuff is real.
Oh yeah.
That
Familiar
stuff is
spirits,
real.
mediums. They call it mediums.
People think it ain't real, but it's real.
Familiar with
If
their
it wasn't
spirits.
real, then it won't be in the book.
So,
That's why God told us and commanded us to
Not
stay
to
away
That's right.
from sorcerers,
Uh-huh.
enchanters,
Fortune
diviners,
tellers,
fortune tellers.
psychics.
God said stay away from those type of people, man. Because it's real. It happens. Tom C.
I returned and saw under the sun
What verse you at? Oh, I see. Go ahead. I returned and saw under the sun.
that the race is not to the swift,
The race ain't to the swift,
nor the battle to the strong,
nor the battle to the strong.
neither yet bread to the wise,
Neither yet bread to the wise.
nor yet riches to the men of understanding,
Uh-huh.
nor yet favor to men of skill,
Uh-huh.
but time and chance happened
Happen
to
to
them
them
all.
all. Tom C.
For man also knoweth not his time, as the fishes that are taken in an evil net.
Man don't know his time. I don't know when I'm going to die. So I got to remain ready. I don't know when I'm going to die. So whatever I need to set up to where I can leave for my
Have to be
children,
ready.
I got to do that now. I can't wait
Prepare all your life.
because I have to be prepared so that when I go, my children have something that I can leave them to. Leave for them. Tom C.
For
If you have an Isha, a wife, a woman,
Right.
right? And you're not in denial. You know why I say you're not in denial? Because if you're in denial about a woman, then you're not going to do the necessary things to equip her
Right.
for the future.
Right.
I have to make sure my woman is equipped when I go. I got to make sure of that. If she's really your woman, so I
That's
got
part
to
of
go and do the necessary things to
That's
equip
right.
my woman and my children and make sure when I go, they good. I don't have to worry. My father said, he said, man, I went into the army, I did this, I did that, and I ended up, I got a pension, I got this. So now when I go, my wife is straight. My wife is straight. I got something coming in to take care of my wife. And if she's truly your wife, you would consider that and you'll think of things like that. You think of things like that, man. You don't want her in the streets begging and shaking a cup for pennies to take care of herself.
Because you're not here now.
Because you ain't here to do the necessary things for her.
To take care of
Listen,
right.
by all means, a man do anything to take care of his woman.
So you're looking to
Look,
drag his
look,
mouth.
look, man. If I gotta go to the streets, I go to the streets. I know she don't want me to do that. I know you don't want me to do that. Don't worry, it's dangerous. I'll be careful. And believe me, I'm not gonna get caught, but I gotta do this. I can't continue
With the situation.
with this situation.
Gotta do something.
Okay?
That's
I gotta
correct.
do something.
Correct.
Men
Man,
does
that's
that.
men. That's correct.
Take care of their wife and the household and the kids. They jeopardize themselves for the safety
Right.
of their own children and their wives.
Man, look into a lion's mouth.
Yeah, and with no fear.
No fear.
And gonna grab that bread, cause my son gotta eat that bread. Or we gonna fight, lion.
That's right.
I'm gonna snatch that bread out, and I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna take that bread. Remind me of King David. When King David was a shepherd boy.
Yeah.
Watched
Watch the
after
flock.
his father's flock.
Right.
He told Saul, he said, there was a bear
Mm-hmm.
that came and snatched the sheep. He said, I grabbed the bear by his beard and I smoked the bear and I took that sheep out of his mouth.
On that bear.
Took the sheep out the bear's mouth and went back.
Wow, look at
Some sheep.
Man. For man also knoweth not his time, as the fishes that are taken in an evil net,
Uh-huh.
and as the birds that are caught in the snare.
Uh-huh.
So are the sons of men snared in an evil time,
Mm-hmm.
when it falleth suddenly upon them.
Uh-oh. God compared that he compared there's certain times that's gonna come down and happen with you. That's evil.
Snared in the evil time.
Huh? It's gonna happen.
Get caught up.
And when it happened, he compared it to the evil net. When you take that evil net, you're not going to fish to eat. You just snatching up all. You can't eat all that.
You get caught
They didn't
up.
go and kill 40 deers because you can't eat 40 deers.
No.
Right.
You kill one deer to eat. You skin them, bleed them, kill them. That's it. The hunting is over. I'm not going to continue hunting.
You ain't catching it.
Why do I? That's when God called it evil.
Right.
I can't go hunting season. I don't go. Oh, I killed 40 deers. You skin them and have it all. No, I'm not eating it now. They whatever they killed, they ate right
That's
away.
Right.
When you didn't do that and you just go out just to
Got their
hunt,
heads
God
on the
said it's
wall.
evil.
Got their heads on the wall.
God said that's evil, man. Tom Sheep.
This wisdom have I seen also under the sun,
Uh-huh.
and it seemed great unto me.
Uh-huh.
There was a little city and few men with it.
There was a little city and a little bit of men.
And there
Yeah.
came a great king
There
against
came
it.
a great
and
king against
besieged
it and besieged it. When you besiege a city, you can't go out and there's no coming in. Tom Sheep.
And built great bulwarks against it.
Built bulwarks around it. Go
Now
ahead.
there was found in it a poor wise man.
Within that city, there was a poor wise man. Tom
And
Sheep.
he by his wisdom delivered the city.
Because of his wisdom, he delivered the city. Uh-huh.
Yet no man remembered that same poor man.
Nobody remembered the poor man.
That's people
That's people
That's
today.
people today. That's people today.
In order for that man to be remembered, he had to be rich. They'll remember and uplift
you.
everything that
Thank
man
you.
said because he's rich
Thank
and he
you.
got
If
everything.
he look like he got it,
Or if he look like he
thank
got it,
you.
then he'll be respected.
Thank you.
But because I don't have it and I'm scratching,
His word don't
my
mean nothing.
word don't mean nothing.
And everything you do good, they will take that credit.
That's right.
From the poor man.
That's right.
That's today.
That's today, Tom Sheep.
Then said I, wisdom is better than strength.
Wisdom is better than strength, Tom Sheep.
Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised,
Uh-huh.
and his words are not heard.
Uh-huh.
The words of wise men are heard in quiet, more than the cry of him that ruleth among fools.
Uh-huh.
Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroyeth much good.
Go to Job chapter 8.
Very true. Job chapter 8.
Uh-huh.
Then answered Bildad the Shuhite and said, how long wilt thou speak these things? And how
Now,
long?
Bildad the Shuhite, this was Job's friend. This was Job's friend. Job had a friend named Bildad the Shuhite, right? So look what he told. What he told Job? How long will you speak
these
such
things?
things? He said, how long are you going to continue to talk like this? How long are you going to continue to say these things, Tom Sheep?
And how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind?
And how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind?
Doth God pervert judgment? Or
He said, do God pervert judgment? You think God changes and alters the judgment according to people? No, God don't change the judgment. He may have favorites, because God do have favorites, just like you have favorites. Huh? But he don't change the judgment. Whatever the judgment is, it stands. To pervert means what? To alter or change from its original course. Right? Go ahead, read.
Or doth the Almighty pervert justice?
Or do the Almighty pervert justice?
If thy children have sinned against him, and he have cast them away for their transgression.
If thy children have sinned against them and he cast them away for their sins, that's what God did. That's exactly what God did. We violated God and we offended God, so therefore he kicked us out. Kicked us out, dispersed us and scattered us all over the place. We got Israelites all over. Israelites all over because God done dispersed us. Very few though. Very few. Tom Sheep.
If thou wouldest seek unto God betimes and make thy supplication to the Almighty.
So now you're only going to seek after God if you acknowledge your fault. if you're only going to seek after God if you acknowledge your fault. So the seeking is what? Not just once.
Constant.
This is constant seeking. The seeking never stops.
Time.
Seeking never stops. I gotta continue seeking. Where? How do I seek God? We got the book right here. You find God right here. You don't find God nowhere else but in this book.
That's right.
This is how you seek God. Inquire and investigate about God by reading this book. When you read and you find out for something to be lawful and right by God, by all means, do it.
Apply it.
Don't apply it. Don't wait for him to tell you to start applying it. Start doing it and applying it to yourself of your own free will because you want to apply it. Not because I'm doing it for a reason. Or I don't have no choice. Tamshi.
If thou wert pure and upright, surely now he would await for thee.
If thou was what?
Pure and upright.
Uh-huh.
Surely now he would awake.
What verse you at? Oh, okay. Let me go back to 5. He said, if thou wouldst seekest or search unto God bedtime and make thy supplication to the Almighty. Word for supplication is kanan, het nun, nun sofi. It means favor, interest, attention, to allow himself to have favor or interest or attention towards you. Huh? Tamshi.
If thou wert pure and upright, surely now he would await for thee.
If thou was pure and upright. What do you mean by pure? You know what pure means? Pure. It also means to be clean, right? Pure means what? Free from vitiates. Vitiates is now okay. Vitiates means what? To make faulty or defective. To make faulty or defective. What causes us to be faulty or defective before God when you stole? When I stole, I became faulty and defective. When I committed adultery, I became faulty and defective. When I didn't wash, when I got unclean, I became faulty and defective. When I ate something that was unclean, I became faulty and defective before God. That's why it's very important. It's a thin line. It's a thin line, man.
That's right.
When you begin to violate these laws and commandments, and I don't want to be faulty and defective because now anything that's faulty and defective has to be thrown out. You can't be used. I just bought this fan. The fan is faulty and defective, so it don't work. I can't use it. I got to return it back. I got to break it and get rid of it. Right? Sin is a vitiated state of human nature in which the self becomes estranged from God. We become estranged from God. Tamshi. Now, no, hold up. Also means pure, upright, pleasing, correct, straight. Tamshi.
Surely now he would await for thee and make the habitation of thy righteousness prosper.
Surely now he would await for thee. He would stir himself up. Why? Because I'm pure and I'm clean from sin. I'm clean from iniquities. And make thy habitation of thy righteousness prosperous. Tamshi.
Though thy beginning was small, yet thy latter end should greatly increase. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age, and prepare thyself.
Inquire of the former age. Go ask your grandfather. Go ask your grandmother. Go back to the generation before you and see how it went down with them. Tamshi.
And prepare thyself to the search of their fathers.
Prepare thyself to the search of their fathers. Like my father said, he said, grandma, her mother, my great-grandmother, never put sneakers on her. They never wore sneakers. She said, the sneakers was men's attire. She said it was for men. It was sports back then. It was just for men. And you know what was the righteous thing to do? For my father was to carry that saying on with his daughters. Don't put on sneakers. And then his daughters carry that saying on with their daughters. I carry that on with my daughters. Those are things that draw God's attention. Why? How I know that? Because there was a people called Rechabites. The father said, don't dwell in houses. To dwell in tents.
Don't drink wine.
And don't drink wine. And they carry that on for generation after generation after generation after generation. By them carrying on that right there, it drew God's attention towards them. That's right.
And God said they're gonna have
A house.
They got a spot.
They got a spot.
They got a spot in
For
his
that.
house.
Just for honoring
because
and
of that.
respecting what
Just
their
for
father said.
Just because of that.
That's right.
Their father's father. Wait, that they didn't even need
They
them.
wasn't law doers.
No, they wasn't doing law.
No.
They wasn't doing no law. They didn't know God. They just carried on a statue that was set
That's right.
from their father, way up in the
That
age,
means you
way
can
back.
keep the commandments. That's right.
And
Same trait for that.
those are good traits.
Same trait.
Because when you have those type of traits, you can keep the laws and the commandments of God.
That's a fact.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Well, we are but of yesterday.
Where we at?
9.
Go ahead. For we are but of yesterday
And know nothing.
and know nothing.
Because our days upon earth are a shadow. Shall not they teach thee and tell thee and utter words out of their heart?
He said, shall not they teach thee and tell thee and utter words out of their heart, other words that come out of their mind. Tom sheet.
Can the rush grow up without mire?
Can the rush, what is the rush? The rush is the reeds, so papyrus, right? Can the rush grow up without mire? The reeds only grow in swampy areas. You need muddy areas for that to grow. So the reeds is not going to grow if it's not in a swampy area. Tom sheet.
Can the flag grow without water?
No.
While it is yet in his greenness and not cut down, it withereth before any other herb. So are the paths of all that forget God.
So are the paths of all those that forget God.
And the hypocrites
and the hypocrite hope
shall
perish. What is the hypocrite? Means the profane one, to be common, right? And when you're profane, it means to move to be common. When you're common, you move and think like society. You move and think like the world. General view. Yeah. You move like them. You think like them. You talk like them.
Yeah.
So now that's what makes you profane.
Yeah.
Because now it's going to show forth in your actions. Now it's going to show forth and it's going to determine your do's and your don'ts. Now it's going to determine your decisions because you think like them. Now you start calling what God said is good, you say it's evil. When God says it's evil, you call it good, like them.
That's right.
That's what makes you profane. Right? A person who claims or pretends to have that's a hypocrite. When a person claims or pretends to have certain beliefs about what is right by God, but behaves in a way that disagrees with those beliefs. You claim you serve God. You claim you're doing these laws, but your behavior doesn't match your mouth. How you're living doesn't match what you're talking. This is why when you talk such strong, boisterous words about God, your mannerism and your actions has to match it. You cannot allow yourself to detour away from the things that you done said out of your mouth. Because now God look at you and say you're a hypocrite. Now God look at you and say you're a hypocrite. So that's what makes me draw that line and say I can't go that way no more. I can't move in that fashion no more. Because I'm up here talking such strong, holy, righteous, and pious words. And how did that look with God? I don't
Amen.
care about how I look with you. I'm caring about how I look in God's eyes.
That's
So that's what makes a man refrain
hold back.
and hold back from certain things because it ain't godly, because God despises it.
Being truthful with himself.
That's right, Tom Sheik.
Whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be a spider's web.
Whose hope shall be cut off.
He shall lean upon his house.
What verse you at?
15.
Okay. He shall lean upon his house. The word for lean, it means lean or support. Right? Right. Now, lean means what? To rely on, support, or inspiration.
Depend on.
And I seen that.
This way
I seen that with my pops. He said, man, I can't get no strength from none of y'all. He said, I don't see none of y'all pushing for what I'm pushing for. So now I have to be my own battery. I gotta push myself, and my charger is God. God charged me. That's why he listened to that Lord every day. He ain't had no time playing. I gotta play the tapes. If I ain't listening, if he wasn't listening to the news, he put the tapes in. Law, history, to keep his mind focused on what was necessary in life.
Stick with the program.
To stick with the program.
You always said it, man. See that? Yeah, you always said it.
Right? Go ahead, Tom Sheik. He shall lean upon his house.
But it shall not stand.
But it shall not stand.
He shall hold it fast.
Right? To maintain oneself, to submit to it, ain't going to stand. He shall hold it fast, but it shall not endure. Tom Sheik.
He is green before the sun, and his branch shooteth forth in his garden. His roots are wrapped about the heap, and seek the place of stones. If he destroy him from his place, then it shall deny him, saying, I have not seen thee. Behold, this is the joy of his way, and out of the earth shall others grow. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man.
He said, behold. He said, God will not cast away a perfect man. The word for cast is ma'as, right? Ma'as in the Hebrew, mem aleph sin. No, not sin, samek. It means to despise. God would not despise a perfect man. God would not refuse or reject a perfect man. Go ahead, read. Now, perfect means what? I know for something to be lawful and right by God, I do it. And I do it without going back. Without going back. You don't sin presumptuously.
That's how you put it back.
Now, you can be perfect and still sin. People don't understand that, right? You could just like you could be just and still sin. You could be righteous and still sin. Just don't sin presumptuously. Right? Go ahead, read.
Though I were just, mine own mouth would condemn me.
Hold up. He said, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoer. The word for help is kazik, ket, zayin, yod, kuf. Right? To strengthen. Neither will he strengthen a evildoer. Neither will he strengthen or grow or cause you to grow firm. He that is evil. So if you're evil, God is not going to strengthen you in your laws. God is not going to cause you to grow firm in his laws.
I'll push you away.
He's going to push you away. Tom Sheik.
Though I were just, mine own mouth would condemn me.
Though
I were perfect, it would also prove me perverse.
Though
I were perfect, yet would I not know my soul. I would despise my life.
What verse you at?
22.
Okay. All right. Let's chop that and let's go to Job chapter 1.
There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Eob. That man was perfect and upright, one that feared El and eschewed evil.
He said there was a man in the land of Uz. You know where Uz was? Uz is Babylon. And Job wasn't an Israelite. He was a Babylonian. I said, he said, whose name was Job? And the man was what? Perfect
and upright.
and upright.
One that feared El
And one that feared God and eschewed evil. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, upright. It means moral rectitude. Your morals covers your principles of what is right and wrong in behavior. Right? Conforming to a standard of right behavior. Your principles is habitual devotions to right principles. This is why this is something that we need to do over and over. We got to do these laws over and over, read it over and over, so that it will become habitual. Because when you practice it, it becomes a habit. Now, when I ain't doing it, now you feel weird and out of place because I done accustomed myself of doing it. But in order for you to be accustomed to doing it, I got to start doing it. I can't play with it. I can't come one day and then miss another day. Come one day and miss 2 days. Then I'm not going to accustom my spirit of observing the day. Because I done accustomed myself to staying home and viewing. When I got a camp right around the corner to go to the camp, I stay home and view. Leave the viewing for the people that live in Arkansas and Utah and live far away that don't have camps. Mm-hmm. But if you have a camp to go to and congregate, which is what? Assembly of people.
Right.
You must congregate.
Right.
Congregate is an assembly of people. When you don't congregate, you profane the day. Right?
That's right.
Tom, see?
And there were born unto him 7 sons and
7 sons and 3 daughters.
His substance also was 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, and 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 she-asses.
He's rich. You see all that?
Super rich.
You see all that? 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yokes of oxen, 500 she-asses, and a very great household, so that this man was the greatest of all the men of the earth of the east.
Every supermarket. Just the sheep alone today.
He's rich. Tom, see? And his sons went and feasted
in their houses, everyone on his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. And it was so when the days of their feasting were going about that Eo sent and sanctified them. Rose up early in the boquet and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Eob said, it may be that my sons have transgressed and cursed El in their hearts. Thus did Eob continue.
Job sent up burnt offerings for each and every one of his sons, just in case if they curse God in their heart. Just in case if they curse God in their heart. He sent up those offerings for each and every one of his sons, and God accepted it. Why? Because it came from him. It came from him. Because he's accepted from God. So whether he's praying for a dude that's not right with God, God going to accept it from him. Because he's right with God. He's correct with God. Like Moses. Like Samuel. Saul begged Samuel. He said, man, come worship with me, man. Because I already know, man, when it comes from you, God going to accept you. He already knew he was in bad straits with God. Because he went against and went against the commandment of God. And Samuel already told him that God rejected him from being king. God is angry with you.
Yeah.
So he went to go worship. Samuel said, man, I'm not worshiping with you because God has rejected you and I'm rejecting you. This is why we got to be skeptical with who you pray with. I can't kneel and pray with just any and anybody. And I'm not kneeling with just praying with any and anybody because I know my standards and I know what I do. I don't know what you do and how you live.
That's right.
And what you do when you're not in eyesight.
That's right.
What you consume when you're not in eyesight. Mess around, catch the brother in Punch buying a turkey, lettuce, and tomato.
Yes, sir.
The same thing that they don't cut the ham on, they don't slice the turkey on. Here the brother over there buying a hero
The bloody turkey.
with turkey slices, lettuce, tomato, and cheese,
Yeah.
salt and vinegar.
Yeah.
Put a little black pepper on it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turkey slices got blood in them.
Brothers, Israelites should not be eating turkey slices.
Cold cuts, period.
Israelites should not be eating cold cuts because you don't know how the animal died.
Yeah.
Why do we buy Sarah Lee, Hebrew National? It's Hebrew National. It's kosher. I don't eat kosher. I eat clean.
Right.
I don't eat kosher.
Right.
I eat clean.
Yeah.
Clean according to the standards
Kosher's
that
not-
God said.
Kosher's not in the room. Kasher, that's not-
Kasher just means approved.
Just means it's
Approved by who? By the rabbi.
Okay.
The rabbi approve it, you can swallow it. The rabbi also approved of a thing called bitul. You know what bitul is? A drop of swine in the ocean. Just one drop. Can't even notice it.
The rabbi approved of that.
And the rabbi approves of it. Oh, if it got a K, I can eat it.
You.
Oh, it got the U with the circle, the U with the circle. But it got Parmesan cheese. It got this type of cheese. It got enzymes in it. And all cheese are not clean.
Take it a step higher.
We cannot eat cheese
Take it a
doodles.
step higher.
We cannot eat pizza from everywhere because most cheese have swine in it.
Take it a step higher.
A lot of cheese have swine in it. So if you don't know where the cheese came from, why do we continue to consume things
That's right.
that is not clean?
Talk about it.
Why?
Talk about it.
The object of the game is to learn the law and put it into effect. But we learn the law and we don't fulfill it. We don't fulfill it. Why? What's the sense of learning it if you're not going to put it into effect?
To point the finger at you.
You only learn it, I guess, to point the finger,
at you.
or you're probably learning it just so that nobody don't point the finger at you and say, well, the person ain't doing it. Oh, you're doing it just because of this? No. We do this thing here all for the wrong reasons. Tom Sheet.
Now there was a day when the sons of God.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead.
right.
Go ahead.
Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them.
Who are the sons of God?
Angels.
It said the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them.
That's not men.
Okay?
That's not men.
This is the same word that is used in Genesis 6. Genesis 6. In here it says B'nai Elohim.
Sons of God.
In Genesis 6 it states B'nai Elohim.
Sons of God.
Sons of God. Same thing. Which means the evil angels are also sons of God.
We are
Satan is the sons of God. He's just evil.
We are son of man.
He's just evil
That's right.
and turned against
That's right.
the command of God.
Rebel.
But nothing is done without God sanctioning it.
That's right.
Let's get that straight.
That's right.
So when the evil is done, God sanctioned it. When Satan did what he did to Job, God sanctioned it. But it was a test.
Right.
It was a test. He was testing them to test his integrity and his truth and his integrity and his firmness with God to see if by putting them through this, will he break and curse God and curse the name of God. But Job held his integrity. You know what he told his wife? He said, shall we receive good and not evil?
Good only.
Which means there's going to come a time when things is going good. And there's going to come a time when evil comes.
And you bless the Most High name both times.
Both times.
But we bless the name of God
That's right.
both times.
Bad happens, bless his name.
And accept both times.
That's right. Bless his holy name.
Tom Sheik.
And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou?
The Lord said to who?
Unto Satan.
Satan, Shatan. You know what the word Shatan means? The accuser.
You did it. You did it. Blame him.
And When you accuse, you point the finger and say you did it. The adversary.
Adverse.
To be adverse. Adversary meaning to contend with, to oppose or resist. To oppose means what? To be opposite. The adversary is opposite from God. What God like, he dislikes. He opposes it. To resist means to withstand the forces. To accuse means to charge with a fault or offense or blame. And this is why sin begins here. Iniquity begins here. But we got to fight those things and able to detect where this thing here is coming from. How this thing is coming, but I got to be able to pinpoint it, and I got to be learn when and understand when these things come to my head. You can't follow suit with everything that comes to your mind, because sometimes you follow suit with things that come to your mind, and you put a monkey wrench in the whole situation. Just by you moving accordingly, you done messed up everything. You done messed up everything when you had it good. Come, see.
And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou?
Where you coming from?
Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro.
From going to and fro.
And from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job?
He said, did you consider my servant Job?
That there is
the word for consider is samta. Samta means to evaluate.
Check his word.
To value. Now, when you're valuing a person, it is what? A degree of excellence. A degree of excellence is what? Stages of excellence. Stages of excellence, which means you got stages. First stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. We both could be excellent, but I'm on a higher stage than you are. Righteousness is not the same. You got steps in righteousness. We both are righteous, but I'm more righteous. I could be more righteous than you are. We both are wicked, but there are stages in wickedness. There was times in the book when God was he said, man, this guy was wicked, but he wasn't wicked like this guy. He didn't go about the whole situation like this guy.
This guy had a limit to him.
Right.
This guy didn't have it.
So there's stages in righteousness and there's stages in wickedness. The book shows you that. Now, hold up. Degree of excellence or stages. When you look up the word excellence, you know what it means? To be eminent. Eminent means to stand out. You stand out like a sore thumb. You're the only one that's doing these laws like this. Everybody else said the chairs get clean when the woman get clean. But the book didn't state that. When a woman in her uncleanness, in her nidata, in her menstruation, sit on a chair, that chair remains unclean. Nowhere in the book says it gets clean when she gets clean. Don't say that. And you can't show me that.
Nowhere there.
When she lay down on a bed, that bed becomes unclean. I go and lay on that bed, I become unclean. I got to wash my clothes and wash my flesh. Semen come from me, I'm unclean. If I touch my brother, he becomes unclean. All he got to do is wash his flesh, not his clothes. If I pick up a dead rat, I got to wash my clothes. One time in the house by myself, and there was a creeping thing with more than 4 legs. And I didn't want to wash my clothes, so I got butt naked. Picked up the creeping thing, threw them out, flushed them.
And that's it.
That's it. I ain't have nothing on to wash.
You didn't have
God didn't say I got to wash my flesh.
So
I just took up my clothes, picked up what I got to pick up, got rid of it, put my clothes back on. Go ahead.
The Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant
He said, did you
Job?
consider my servant Job?
That there is none like him in the earth.
Huh?
A perfect and an
That
upright.
man was worthy of.
None like him in the
He was worthy of. He was worthy. That's why God was able to speak on that man, speak about him like that. Job was upright. Job had a conscience. He had a conscience, and he had the feeling of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. If he did somebody wrong, he felt obligated to correct it. The book shows us the ways of righteous and pious men, the ways that God accept and they don't accept. Tamshi,
a perfect and an upright
a
man.
perfect and an upright man,
One that feareth God.
one that fear God,
and escheweth evil.
and turn aside or depart from evil.
Then Satan answered the Lord and said, Do Job fear God for
He
naught?
said, man, Job is fearing you for nothing. He's fearing you for nothing.
He ain't doing that.
The reason why Job is fearing you, because look what you're doing for him. The man's rich, you got this going for him, you got that going for him.
So, right.
So of course he's going to fear you. Go ahead.
Has thou not made a hedge about him?
An edge is a protection or a defense.
Shield.
God protected Job from the evil forces.
Right.
God protected Job from those things. So when God protected Job from those things, there was nothing evil that could come here.
Right.
Evil didn't come in his mind.
Shield come in.
Right. So that's how you know if you got that protection or that defense from God. When evil don't come to your mind no more. God protects you from that.
Right.
Tamshi.
Hast thou not made a hedge about him and about his house, and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands.
You bless the work of his hands.
His substance is increased.
His substance is increased in the land.
But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face.
He said, listen, if you curse him and touch everything that he have, I bet you he curse you to your face. Don't that sound like people today? He said, man, ever since you started doing that Israelite thing and doing this, and things been going bad with you.
Look at you.
Look at you. Look how you living. Look how you look. Look at it. Don't take heed to it.
Listen to them.
Right.
All that are tests and trials and tribulations to test your firmness and your strength with God, to see if you're going to push and continue serving God. Tamshi.
And the Lord said to Satan,
Because a lot of people talk.
Man, listen.
One chick look at another chick and said, man, he said, I every day I see you wearing a dress. What does it matter to you if this woman is have on a dress every day? Why? You want me to put on pum pum shorts and show my naked
Yes, that's what she
show my butt?
Yes, that's what
You want me to come out and show my just reveal myself?
Yourself, show your shape.
That looks good to you, right?
Yeah.
You ain't gonna say every day you come out showing your butt. You're not gonna say that.
That's what.
But the evil is set against righteousness.
Right.
Evil is against righteousness.
All
when
the
a
time.
person is fully set to do that which is evil and against God, they're gonna be against the person that made their mind up to do these laws.
Family is the first one.
Family is
Family
the first
is the
one.
First one's gonna start talking.
First ones. Tamshi.
That's a fact. And the Lord said unto Satan, behold, all that he had is in thy power.
All that he has is in your power.
Only upon himself put not forth thine hand.
He said, don't touch him. You can touch everything else around him. He said, but don't touch him. Tamshi.
So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. There was a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger unto Job, saying, the oxen were plowing and the asses feeding beside them. And the Sabaeans fell upon them.
The Sabaeans fell upon them
and took them away. Yea, they have slain thy servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell you.
Make sure one person escaped to tell you. Read.
While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the fire of God is fallen from heaven and hath burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them.
Fire from God fell from heaven. But guess who allowed? Satan, the adversary, is doing all this. But God allowed it. He allowed him to do it. But that's right. Read.
The fire of God is fallen from heaven and hath burnt up the sheep and the servants and consumed them, and I only am escaped alone to tell you. And while he was yet speaking, there also came another and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands and fell upon the camels, and have carried them away, yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell them. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness and smote the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell you. Then Job arose and rent his mantle, shaved his head, and fell down upon the ground and worshipped.
And what?
And worshipped.
See?
And said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, the Lord had taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
And that's what we do. We don't ask God why. We don't ask God why. When things go down in your life, you bless the name of the Lord. Bless the name of God, man. Because God is the one that allowed it to happen. My child went out to go to school and the truck run him over. I'm not going to ask God why. I'm going to bless the name of God and keep pushing and keep moving. Yeah, I'm going to be sorrowful. Yes, I'm going to cry and miss my son, but I'm not going to blaspheme the name of God and disrespect my God by asking him why. God knows why he did what he did.
God's decision.
Yeah, we can't question God's decision. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to Prince Men, Chief Men, brothers and sisters, visitors, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
You're going to start in the book of Jonah.
Chapter 1. Now the word of Israel came unto Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying, arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it.
Okay, Jonah was a prophet. He is not a minor prophet. The people like to call Moses, Abraham, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel. They say those are the major prophets. Then they call all these other guys minor prophets. Forget that.
Yeah.
There's no major or minor. Okay? The top prophet was Moses, because God said there will never be a prophet like him. Okay? And that's it. We keep it there. There's no minor or major, no little prophet or big prophet. They all spoke the word of God in their time, in their generation. You have different prophets because they lived in different times. So there's no such thing as minor. There's no such thing as a major prophet. Jonah was a prophet of the Lord. All right. He said, the word of the Lord came unto Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying,
arise, go to Nineveh.
Nineveh is a city, an ancient city in Assyria. Okay. It's close to Babylon. Okay. Tamshi.
That great city, and cry against it.
He said, arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it. Anytime God sent the prophet to cry against a city or a nation of people or a country, that means God is ready to deal with that nation according to their abominations, according to their habits and living, according to how they were not living in his commandments. Okay? And he sends a prophet to warn them. Okay? He always gives you a warning, gives you a chance to get right, get on the good side, to be correct, to fix this before this happens. So he said, go to Nineveh and cry against it. Once you hear that a prophet is crying against somebody, meaning God, they're wrong, whoever the prophet is crying against. Okay? And they're about to get curses put on from God. He said, because their wickedness is come up before me, meaning they have done, everybody got a level of wickedness to reach. As a person, individual, as a family, as a house, as a whole, as a nation, as a city, as a country.
Right.
Okay? Even the whole world, there's a point to where everybody got to go one day. There's going to be nobody being born no more.
Yeah.
Nobody won't be alive no more.
Right.
So there's always a limitation. Okay? And the wickedness of this city reached the attention of God. Like, no. They're doing, you know what we say? They're doing too much. Right? Y'all know what that means. The too much that they're doing, their doings are not good.
Yeah.
And they keep doing, and they're increasing. And now they have guys that are taking this wickedness and upgrading it. All right? Like today, the stuff that people be doing and saying, I'll be like, well, what made that person even think to come up? Wow, what are you doing in your life to come up with this and then have the whole world following it?
Right.
Okay? That's from back then. Everybody's still following. So now he said the wickedness, they're done. I had enough of them. Their time is up. Go and cry against them. Tamshi.
Well, their wickedness has come up before me. But Jonah rose up to flee to Tarshish.
Tarshish is the ancient name of Spain. España. Spain as we know it, that was called Tarshish back then. Okay? Spain is over there. Assyria is here. Right on top of Israel.
Yeah.
All he has to do is go up north. Okay? He went west. He went across the Mediterranean. In order to hit Spain, you got to go across the Mediterranean Sea. The coastal line of Israel, that's where Gaza is at, Ashkelon, the land of the Philistines. After that, you got the ocean. This guy got on a ship, and he said, man, I'm not going over there and tell these people nothing. He went the opposite way. Tarshish.
So Jonah rose up to flee to Tarshish from the presence of Elohim and went down to Joppa. And he found a ship going to Tarshish.
Joppa, that's still there. That's a port. Coastal Lebanon. He went there and he found a ship going to Tarshish. Travel at that time, travel was more networked. You had more ships going in and out of sea. You had more trade. You had more stuff going on now. It was becoming more modern. It wasn't as ancient as the days of Abraham.
So he paid the fare thereof and went down into it.
He paid a fare. That's what you call the ferry.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Same thing. Nothing changed. Tarshish.
To go with them unto Tarshish from the presence of Elohim.
He said from the presence, so he's getting away from God. He thinks he's getting away. See, brothers laughing, my hero laugh, because right now he's not in his right frame of mind. We're gonna find out. We don't know why he's not listening to God's command. We're gonna find out why. But the reason is not good, because it got him going against what God said. All right? Tarshish.
But Israel sent out a great wind into the sea.
Okay, so now you don't want to do what I gotta say. You want to run away over here and hide from me. You can't hide from me. So I'm gonna make a wind go on in that sea now. You're not gonna have a nice trip. You're not, because you're running from who you are supposed to be, that God commanded you to be. Tarshish.
And Israel sent out a great wind into the sea.
The reason why I say that is because a lot of times people come up with excuses not to come to teachings.
Right.
People cut, but in the Shabbat, but then I see them come on the feast days.
Yeah.
Heathens and Israelites. People who are undecided. Also, all three in that category. This Shabbat day is so strict. People will come up with any excuse to come late or not come at all. Or go somewhere where it's not strict, where they don't keep rules of the Shabbat and teach them and enforce them. See, people don't want to go where they can't do what they want to do. The more loose, the more the rules are slack, that's where you're going to have everybody going. That's where everybody's going to be happy. Okay? And they're going to flourish, because that's what Satan wants. That's how you get down. But the people who following God's law and putting limits to them, being cautious not to offend, and no, we don't do that because over here, see what the man said? That's why we don't have nothing porcelain. We don't have vase or vase, whatever, however you want to say it. We have them, but they're plastic.
Yeah, that's ceramic. No ceramic.
No, nothing ceramic. Ceramic has to do with clay or earthen vessels. Ever since my father read, he learned this by reading. So he said, man, earthen vessels. So he said, man, what's that? I said, that's like ceramics, some clay, and earth, anything that they made from and shaped it. He said, okay, so we got to get rid of those plates in there. But we had those. We had look, Chinaware. Chinaware. You got Chinaware, that people worship the Chinaware. They put the Chinaware in the thing and they never use it. The only time they use it is on holidays. You see that? How you could wind up worshiping a plate that God said you don't even use. Know why? The person that made it, he's unclean by the dead. The person that's handling it, the person who sold it to you, and me, I'm unclean by the dead. I've handled dead bodies. Okay? And there's only one way to get clean by the dead, and that can never happen because we don't have a priest. We don't have the place for the priest. That got to get held down. Can't do nothing about that. All right? So my father said, get rid of everything that's made of clay or ceramic or earthen, because you don't know. You buying things from heathen. We don't make our own stuff. They made their own furniture. They made their own bed. They made their own houses. That's why God said, when you build your house, you gotta have a fence on the top of your roof to keep people from falling over and dying. Other than that, it's on you. But now, we ain't responsible if somebody go up there and fall on this roof, because it's not our house. We don't own the houses now. You see how people get it? Yo, man, I'm trying to get this house. And then they will, that is good. You have your own, right? But that shouldn't be your first priority. That shouldn't be your first priority. Okay? In all things, we keep the commandment, and your hope is in staying. My hope is to keep doing this. That's my personal hope. Right. And I ask God to give me the strength to keep going towards it, that I don't get discouraged. Because I've heard that too, where people say, I don't go no more because of the treatment. I said, so why you don't go over there? Go somewhere. Look, my father told me about a lot of things that wasn't right, that was done to him by brothers. That didn't stop him. He still went. He didn't miss a Shabbat because he was mad at that brother, because that brother did steal from him and nobody did nothing about it. So now I'm mad. I ain't going there no more because they do it. These are the things that God will stir up to push you away. I'm just warning everybody. You're going to see and go through things here, but we're not a complete people. You got good Israelites, you got bad Israelites. Right. Okay? Just like you got everybody else. Good and bad in every nation, in every denomination. That's right. So that's not an excuse to stop serving God. That's right. Okay? It's not an excuse. And I've seen that by example. Things that I've seen done to certain men, they kept coming. Yeah, take time. And know what? They showed strength to God. That's right. That's right. Maybe that was a test. Maybe that was a test. God used this wayward guy to mess with you. He's already wayward. So he's going to do wayward things. But he wants to do to you to see. I want to see how dedicated you are. If there's anything that's going to stop you from keeping these commandments. The only thing that's be able to stop you is death. That's it. Death. Ain't nobody, no brother, no treatment. That don't mean nothing. I'm still gonna come out. I'm still gonna serve God. Even if I got a problem with everybody in the congregation, I'm still coming. Shalom, shalom, because it is peaceful for the day. Even though I am not jacking y'all, but today I have to for the peace and the enjoyment of the Shabbat, because it's higher than my feelings. It's higher than my emotions.
Right.
Hey, you violated, but we're going to take care of that tonight. We're not going to even discuss that right now. That's how we're supposed to be handling it. Did not they put the man in ward when he was picking up sticks on the Shabbat day?
Yes.
Because to pick up sticks is to gather. Search and gathering you can't do. That's work. If I can't find my pair of socks today because I forgot to put them out, then that's okay. You don't search for them. Searching is work. Gathering is work. That's why the man got put to death. God said you shall put that man to death because that was work. It wasn't what he was intended to do with the sticks. He could have been trying to build a house or something. You don't know what he was doing with those sticks, what he was going to do with it. He never said what he was going to do with it. Maybe he was gathering them, right? And get to that when the sun go down, I got it right here. I ain't got to search. You did the work already. See, you don't know, because that's what people do. That's what it sounded like he was doing. I'm quite sure he wasn't going to start a bonfire in front of everybody right there on Shabbat.
No.
You ain't going to do that. The man stole a Babylonian garment. Did he put it on and wear it in front of everybody? No. What he did, he hid it. So these are the things that'll make you these are the things that'll corrupt you, and when you do them, God will, okay, now he's ready to get pushed away. I can't push you away. You're doing these works. Okay? So whatever reason that comes in your head to discourage you from doing anything concerning these commandments, brush it out. Get up and push yourself. The same way you will curse somebody else out, curse yourself out. You have to talk to yourself. It said, be circumspect. How can you be careful with yourself if you don't talk and answer to yourself? You're not crazy. If God say to commune with yourself, God tell you to talk to yourself. Like you're having a conversation with somebody, right? But today what people say, oh man, if you're talking to yourself, you're crazy. If you, well, it's good, but if you answer yourself, you're crazy. No, you're not. Everything the heathens say is backwards. And they got our thinking backwards. You understand that? Right. God tell you talk to yourself to keep yourself straight with him. Now, but then now you believe what everybody else says. Oh, I'm going crazy. I'm not doing that. You ain't never going to tell yourself you're wrong. You ain't never going to say this guy was wrong or this guy was right or this matter. You're not going to see it. Foresight, nobody really got that. And if they do, they don't care. Mad times I say, yo, man, don't do that, man. Don't make that move. Don't go saying that, because that's gonna set off a chain reaction. And the people don't listen, or the person don't listen, and then they go and do it. And then who has to come and solve the problem? Me. I gotta come. I get a call. I said, man, I told that person not to do that. I told him to leave that alone. I told him to stay. Gotta listen. This is all what the prophets was doing in Israel. Going all over, telling the people where they went wrong with God and what to do to get back. God told Isaiah, show the people their iniquities. It was not all the time the people is going to be like, hell yeah. You're going to be down. You're going to be like, whoa. You're going to be guilty. Yeah. Like the people who stood up before Nehemiah when they read the law. They cried. You know why? Because they wasn't doing these commandments for so long. And that's what the prophets' jobs was. Okay? They didn't have families. If they did, they didn't live with them. They moved, see the dude moved off from his mother and father. To be a prophet, you gotta be no attachments. If you notice, even Moses had to leave his sons and his wife and go do God's work. Jethro brought him so he could see them. Term sheet.
And there was a mighty tempest in the sea, so that the ship was like to be broken. Then the mariners were afraid and cried every man unto his God, and cast forth the wares that were in the ship into the sea. to lighten it of them. But Jonah was,
Mariners just mean men of the sea, seamen, sailors. God caused a storm to get so dangerous, all right, that it looked like, yo, this ship is about to get shipwrecked right out here. The waves could break, bend metal.
And that happened all the time.
Happens all the time.
But Jonah was going down into the back of the ship, and he lay and was fast asleep.
All of this drama going on, the ship going up and down, people waving up, this pandemonium going on. The prophet, you know what he did? He went down into the belly, deep into the sea. Found a spot. Okay? Nobody can find you, because that's how people go. You got stowaways, castaways. They get high up on the ship and get here to America. And they can't be around the regular people on the deck. They got to go somewhere down in the ship and hide. That's where he at. He found a place and slept. Tongue sheet.
So the shipmaster came to him and said unto him, what meanest thou, O sleeper?
He said, man, this ain't the time for you to be sleeping. Everybody is making moves and doing this and doing that. And you still here in bed. You sleeping on the ship. The only time you sleep is at night. While you on that ship, you are working. You got dudes pulling the mast up, fixing the sail because the wind. You got this one with the wind. You got this one. It's a lot of work on the ship. So what are you doing sleeping here, man? Tongue sheet.
What meanest thou, O sleeper? Arise, call upon thy God.
He said, get up and call on your God.
That's right.
Every man on that ship had their own God. All right? So he said, get up and call on your God, because that's what everybody doing. Everybody said something happened. You see dudes start crossing himself. You see the Israelite, he put his hands up to the east. The Christian, he start crossing himself. This one doing this. This one get down and start doing this. Everybody start doing stuff. That's what happened on the ship. Yeah. That's what happened. Tongue sheet.
If so be that God will think upon us that we perish not.
He said, look, man, if so, he said, call upon your God. If so be that God will think upon us that we perish not. Tongue sheet.
And they said, every one to his fellow, come and let us cast lots.
We're going to cast lots.
And we may know for whose cause this evil is upon us.
Okay, the lots is where they get dice from. Okay? But they were long, flat plates. Like a stick. You say, all right, everybody gonna pick a stick. The one with the shortest stick, that's the one. That's what they did. They said, everybody come here and cast out, because people praying on their God, there ain't nothing happening. So back then, the world was closer to God.
Yeah.
So certain things, when they did certain things, it worked. Even the heathen. So they said, look, man, we're gonna cast lots, right? He said, that we may know for whose cause this evil is upon us. They said, somebody here this thing ain't just happened out of nowhere.
Somebody brought evil.
Somebody brought evil with them. Somebody got something on them they ain't supposed to have, or the person themselves.
Yeah.
But Jonah wasn't evil, and he didn't have an idol on him.
No.
It's because he went from what God told him to do. And God is like, oh, you ain't gonna listen to me, huh? All right. Storm. Just like that. Storm. You know, sometimes you need a little drama behind your life for you to go and do the right thing. That's the only time you get right and want to pray to God and want to do the right thing. When you see things is going not good, or you're about to die, or you nearly died, you said, man, I couldn't die. I'm supposed to be, no, man, you're supposed to be dead, son. Yeah. And most of the time, people don't see it still. Tongue sheet.
So they cast lots, and the lot fell upon Jonah.
So they cast lots. The lot fell upon Jonah. They said, okay, so it's you the reason why all this happened. And they were right. Tongue sheet.
Then said they unto him, tell us, we pray thee, for whose cause this evil is upon us. What is our
He
occupation?
said, man, tell us what you do. Tell us why this evil is on us. It's because it's coming from you. What do you do? What is your occupation? What do you do for a living? Ain't that what people still ask today? You say, how you doing? What do you do for a living? You gotta have an occupation, man. You gotta have something going on.
Right.
So the first thing they want to know is what kind of a dude, what's your job? What you do? Where you work at? What's your oh, I work here at the post office. Okay, so what you do? A mailman? You work behind you? What are you? Supervisor? What? He said, and whence comest thou? Where are you from?
Where you coming from?
I gotta know who you are, where you from, what God you serve, because the stuff is coming from you.
Right.
We try to pinpoint this thing.
Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
What is thy country? And of what people art thou?
Uh-huh.
And he said unto them, I am in Hebrew.
Stop.
Uh-oh.
Did he say he was an Israelite?
No. He sounded Hebrew.
Hebrew. That's what Abraham is, a Hebrew. The Israelites came when the nation was formed. And then when God broke that nation up, that name wasn't to be reckoned amongst the nations.
Right.
Okay, that's why it's not on the list. Are you Christian? They got Christian, Jew, Muslim, or other. You're not gonna get it. You put Israelite there, they still won't want you to define that. Okay? Some states and cities you go to, they ain't gonna know what an Israelite is.
Right.
Yeah. Not everywhere you go, a person Israelite, right? But when you say Jew, they know what a Jew is.
Oh, yeah.
See? He said, "You shall not be reckoned amongst the nations, good or bad." They're not going to jack you all the way. All right? They're not going to accept you guys all the way. They'll play careful with you because they notice weird things happen to people who mess with them. But the name, God said, I will cause the name to get put out amongst the men of the world. So after everything of this history here, that word, that name Israelite didn't recollect any memory until the 60s, to 1965. Okay? Since then. But when you say you're a Hebrew, people know what that is. And it's distinct. A Hebrew means one who has changed over permanently, right, to the commandments of God. That makes you a Hebrew. That's why anybody can serve God. If a Chinese man, he's not an Israelite, but they're not Israelite born, okay, that don't mean nothing. The ones that were Israelite born turned on God. Look what this guy doing. He don't even want to do what God say. All right? So leave that alone. Anybody, an Eskimo, once he want to serve God, he can call himself a Hebrew now. He's serving God. He's a Hebrew.
Black people are not God's people.
That's why I didn't use a black person as an example. And all black people are not Israelites.
Right.
All black people did not live in Jerusalem. Everybody's saying they was an Israelite now. So who are the Africans? What about the other black people? What about the other black nations?
Right.
Like the Babylonians, the Syrians, the Egyptians. You got a whole continent of black people in Africa.
Right. Niggas is cursed.
Okay? There's very few.
That's fact.
And we've been scattered. If you get scattered, that means what you get scattered amongst is more than you. You understand that? This bunch got scattered. That means it's a lot more heathen out there.
Black people is a cursed thing.
Okay? The first world was black, nothing but black people.
Niggas is cursed.
Okay? Before Israelites came.
Believe that.
Okay? Before Esau was born, before any type of change, before Noah was born. So leave that alone. The first person to sin and commit iniquity were blacks. The 10 color of the person. Okay? The first adultery, the first murder. Everything. We started that. Okay? So it's not about a color. Anyone could be a Hebrew. Right now.
I'm in Hebrew, and I fear El Israel.
He said, I fear the Lord God of heaven. Nobody has that title. No idol has that title. No deity or thing, I call it a thing, that people serve and call God has that title. because only one made the heavens, the most high. He said, I fear the Lord God of heaven. When he said that, he identified God amongst all those deities, those fake gods.
Right.
It's okay? All right? He said, which hath made the sea and the dry land. Meaning, I fear the one that made all of this. I fear the one that made that storm that we fussing about, the water, the dry land, you, me, the heavens, stuff we see and can't reach. God made all of that. That's who I serve. Bro, when you say that, even now, you know it offends everybody else. It's gonna offend everybody else, but that's your declaration. You have to. Because people stand up, you know, well, my God, well, not my God. My God don't get down like that. My God, you might get into something. Yeah. A lot of wars and battles was fought over who God is running it. But you got to declare it. So this is the declaration right here. He said, then the men were what?
Exceedingly afraid.
They got afraid. Why? Why did they get afraid? Why? Everybody else calling on their gods. Nothing's happening. But when he identified who his God was, they got afraid because they all know. See, when the drama go down, everybody's spirit come from God.
And he's the only one.
When certain situations will make even that heathen spirit doubt what he believes in. Okay? And you be like, and look at you like, whoa, you may have something there. Yeah, because that's what they do. They're like, oh, shoot, he served that God. That's the same God that had, we heard, my ancestors was telling me that he had a whole mountain range on fire. That's the people, he come from those people. They starting to identify now. They are afraid. And he said unto him,
why hast thou done this? For the men knew that he fled from the presence of El because he had told them.
Because he wound up telling them. He said, look, man, I fear God. He said, and God had told me was to go cry against these guys. And I didn't want to go. And I wound up on this ship and I'm going to Tarshish because I didn't want to go. Okay? And they asked him, what's wrong with you? Why you did that? There's a heathens talking to the prophet Hebrew. Some sense. Why did you do that? That's why all of this happened. You got us jammed up.
Yeah.
You came in, you brought this drama, and we can get killed behind it. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you. You down here asleep like everything good. Township.
Then they said unto him, what shall we do unto thee that the sea may be calm unto us?
He said, man, what we got to do to you that will make God calm the sea down? Because what you did with God got the sea stirred up. And we don't get caught up in this anger. So what has to be done to you? Okay? That's what they say. It says something got to be done. You got to do something. Either we got to kill you, we got to throw you away, we got at least something has to be done to stop this. Township.
For the sea wrought and was tempestuous.
Tempestuous, meaning it comes from the word temper. It showed a bad temper that God was upset. When the sea gets tempestuous, that's God's anger. That's why they use the word tempest.
And he said unto them, take me up and cast me forth into the sea. So shall the sea be calm unto you.
He said, look, man, just cast me overboard, throw me over the sea. And all of this will stop. Right. And he knows that. He gave it, he didn't say like, try to get out of it or nothing. He said, nah, don't, because look, he knows what's going on. He said, yo, just throw me over, man. And all of this will stop. Township.
For I know that for my sake, this great tempest is upon you.
I don't want nobody to pay for my dirt. I don't want nobody to get burnt from my fire. That's what he's saying. I'm not going to make y'all pay for what I did. Okay? So I'm going to go over here because if I stay here, when the drama come to me, it's going to hit y'all.
Right.
That's the man. You see his mind? Because he know what he did. So look, I got to straighten this out on my own. I can't do this with y'all here. When I get this off of me, then. But right now, you got to throw me over. Township.
Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to bring us to the land.
And look at them.
They didn't want to.
They didn't say, well, you know what? You right. Come here, man.
Yeah, this is murder.
You said right there, man. Let's see. You don't want to throw you over, man. Yeah, you throw a man over a boat.
Right.
You know how high them boats is? Damn near die before you hit the water.
Yeah.
The only reason why my grandfather survived because he was a swimmer. Yeah. He had to go, he had to jump off the boat, get away, caught a body. Yeah. You don't know how to swim, and then it wasn't a storm going on. This is a storm. You're gonna die, man. Tell she.
But they could not. For the sea roared and
They
was
can't row.
against them.
They can't row. The
Wherefore they,
sea is too hard, and when you're rowing, that's how you directing the boat. There's no directing going on. God, you can't, whatever God set up, you're gonna have to suffer what God set up.
Right.
You're not gonna be able to get around it. Right now, they're trying to get around it. Tell she.
wherefore they cried unto El and said, we beseech thee, O
Look,
Elohim.
all of them cried unto God now. Earlier, he was like, yo, man, get up, you sleeper. Everybody crying to their gods. But now, look, man, life on the line.
We gonna cry to
There
Jonah's
is
God.
no doubt in their heads because their life is on the line. Don't wait till you get to that point to say, like I heard a certain brother say, yo, I'm gonna do the Shabbat now. It's too late. My father told him, man, it's too late. They got you already, man. What's the first thing came in his head, though?
God.
God.
First thing on this deathbed. First thing.
Mm.
I said, damn, I messed up.
And that's Israelites and heathen people who don't know that. I've heard them say, one person did. He came out of a coma. So he looked at me. His mother standing right next to me. He didn't pay his mother no mind. Boom, he looked at me and grabbed me and went back into a coma and died. Patrick, my man Patrick. All my life, all his life, we've been telling him, come, blah, 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 this, da, 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 da. But at the moment of his deathbed, he didn't say nothing to his mother, man. He grabbed me. Why? Because I've been telling him about this God. He's been hearing about it, and he was ignoring it. And at that moment, right down the block. Look. And he was an ally. That was my pop shooter. All right? I could say this if both of them are not here. That was my father's shooter. Okay? No, oh yeah, I keep him on payroll. No, he was just a straight shooter. Young dude. He was younger than me. All right? And then, man, when it came time, man, he was good and everything, but you wasn't serving God. And that was one of my best friends, man. I've seen a lot of my best friends die. And when on their deathbed, they look at me like, damn, I should have listened. All right? His mother is standing right next to me. You would think he ain't gonna pay nobody else mind. Mommy or what? He didn't pay his mother no mind. At that moment, he saw something in that coma and came out that showed him where he's going.
That's right.
And that's why he said, pray for me. Because if he was going somewhere good, or if he felt like when he died, everything gonna be good with his spirit, he wouldn't have said, pray for me. So keep reading his book and not believing.
That's right.
Keep reading this book and not believing. First of all, read the book. You got to start reading the book. Everybody in here has to start reading the book on your own. You can get it on your phone, so use it. Take the time off of social media. You know what I did with social media? Nothing. I don't go on social media no more. I was hooked to that. I go up there, want to see what everybody's doing. I said, well, what am I doing? This is not, this is the wave. Not knowing I was on it.
That's the wave, social media.
I got off it.
Me too, Johnny.
I keep it.
Me too, Johnny.
If I want some comedy, I got a site I go on to. I see a cat jump on a dude and he run, I laugh. I feel like laughing. I need information, I go on there. I don't put nothing up. I don't want nobody to see where I'm at. I don't want nobody to know what I'm thinking. Because everything I put up is going to be arguments. And I'm going to delete and block the people. This is a place for people's opinions, not for facts.
Right.
I need to speak to you. I call you or text you. That's it. It's going too far. Snap. And most of it is sexual. Most of social media has to do with unsolicited sex by the commandments of God. Am I lying? Am I lying, y'all?
No, sir.
Okay. There's little girls right now, 6 years old. Okay? And they're being fresh and rude on that camera. And they're not in the house. They'll be walking and they stop. And they start doing all of this stuff and shaking and then they get up and click it, and say, yeah. Kindergarten, they got the phone in their hand. And she's like, this is what's making you
Make you a whore.
okay?
Oh, yeah.
This is what make people insecure themselves.
Yo.
This is what make people want to be whores,
Yo.
whoremongers.
Yo.
That's another reason why I got off social media, because it keeps me intact with my exes.
That's right.
And one-nighters and 3 o'clock in the morning calls. That's what was messing me up.
The same
Dead that.
the same with the woman.
Dead that.
Them I use social media
Yeah.
to do them dirt.
Yeah.
I said they use social media to do dirt.
To put out their messages.
To messages. To
Yeah.
like niggas.
Now listen. There are people countering it now. Now, right? And everybody who get up and counter it, something happened to them. You hear that? Something happened when a person come up. Look, man. All that trouble with Bill Cosby ain't started until he started going around telling black people, telling the woman to stop being whores, to get off welfare, get married, the men to get jobs, and that's when the stuff started with Cosby. It wasn't because he didn't want to buy NBC. They ain't gonna tell you why. Once what we doing here, they don't want everybody to do. They don't want everybody to get correct with God. They know. So a lot of people know, what this is real.
Talk about
so they take this and take the information in here. It's gonna keep you away from here. And you got the app in here. You are able to put the app in here, but you don't read it.
Easily. You can use that all day.
Read the book, man.
No data.
The man tells y'all this every week. Read the book. Newcomers, y'all supposed to be digging in it. Yeah.
Man, say it again.
Newcomers, dig in the book. Verse 5. Don't go nowhere else.
Put your hand in the book.
Okay? You know who your teachers are. You know who the scholars are. You get stuck, call them. Call your teachers, not somebody else's teacher. Okay? Because every teacher don't teach directly from the law. Okay? Every teacher do not teach directly, word for word.
We beseech thee, O hell, we beseech thee, let us not perish for this man's
You
life.
hear what they're saying? These are heathens. They ain't say, well, look, man, I'm still praying to my Jacob. They accepted this is what it is. And they started calling on the true and living God. They abandoned their gods. Okay? They realized. What take long for people today to realize? The heathen back then is better than the heathen today. Look. The Christians don't follow their Christian law. The Muslims don't follow their Muslim law. 5%ers don't follow their 5% law. This one don't follow their law. Stop playing. All that stuff is out there to keep you from following God's law.
That's right.
Well, what about the people? The people not right. They tell you all of this, but the wicked say the wicked will stop you. Look, where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Second Esdras. Hold your point, right? I want you to go to Second Esdras. That's in the book. Second Esdras, chapter 16.
You want Ezra or you want Apocrypha?
Yeah, the Apocrypha. Second Ezra and the Apocrypha. 1649. Ezra Ezra, same person. But they got some books that they took out the Bible and put the Apocrypha. The ones that they took out is the proof of everything we read in the book. In Second Ezra, it tells you straightforward about what's going to happen when you die. You got it?
1649.
1649.
Like as a whore envied,
Like as a whore is jealous of or envies what?
a right and honest and virtuous woman.
Okay, you put a whore and put a godly woman together. They're not getting along.
Well, she gonna flip them.
You know, look. You know who gonna try to flip?
The whore gonna try to
The
flip
whore's
God.
gonna try to always flip the virtuous woman.
That's right.
Why you gotta dress like that? That's
That's
where it comes from. That's what those things. Oh, you listen to him like that? Oh, you let it, he can talk to somebody else in front of you, child.
Ain't
All
that
these things. See, because a virtuous woman, right, is a woman who
Man.
follows God.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's right.
All right? So she accepts whatever God and her husband
That's right.
lay down. That's how it goes.
So,
A woman who is a whore is not going to accept. She's going to pick and choose from God and her man or boyfriend.
Yeah.
Or boyfriends.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of that going on. Okay? And she got one man. She's still going to pick and choose what she going to listen to. That is not a virtuous and honest
say it
woman.
again, Johnny.
That is not a virtuous and honest woman. Okay?
Girl, you
So it's telling you the type of heart we're supposed to have. The men, we know this, and the woman too. And the men not supposed to be whoremongers. Not supposed to be having sex unless you're married.
Say it again.
You're not supposed to be having sex unless you're married.
Jump around.
Keep it in your pants. Being promiscuous makes you weak and corruptible. You will only get this far doing God's law.
And it pushes you away from
Your
God.
wine, you're going to wind up in a whorehouse every day.
That's right.
He said you're going to give all your strength to whore them.
Yeah.
Men, when you do that, you give up all your strength. You know what your strength is, man? First of all, the strength of when having a baby.
Yeah. It's a man's
Right?
strength. It's a man's strength.
You keep having sex, doing all these things. You weaken your sperm.
Yeah.
You weaken everything. That's why most men are impotent.
Mhm.
Okay? So you give your strength to this one. I got babies here now. I got babies here. And then now none of them are following the commandments because they are not married to me.
Yeah.
But I got this one here that's married to me and I stuck with her, right? That seed gonna be more stronger here with God. Okay? That's why I say don't give your strength away. Then after that, now you don't give. It's another part of a man's strength. It's money. It's money. He said a man can get any woman in the world. He got the right money. He got the money. He got everything. He could get a woman that he wouldn't normally get if he didn't have the money. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
Okay. I'm not speaking nothing out of, I don't know what I'm talking about. Money is people's God. That's why what he said. The poor guy say something, you don't listen to him. But then the rich guy came and said everybody listened to him. Why? Because money is your God. He didn't even give you $1, but because you know he got money on him, you exalt him. You exalt his word. Time sheet.
50. So shall the righteousness hate iniquity. When she decketh herself and she accused her to her face.
See? So that's an example of you put anything good and bad together, the bad is going to hate the good. All the time. Oh, you think you're doing something. Look, Israelite that's not doing so much law, and you got an Israelite that's doing more law, he going to look at him like, oh, man, he going too far. We heard that before, right?
Yeah.
No, you're taking it to the extreme. That's what God said. Keep all his commandments. So you got to go to the extreme. Time sheet.
When she cometh, that shall deliver him that diligently searcheth out every iniquity upon earth. And therefore,
Okay, go back to Jonah now. That's just an example to show you. They're not going to like you in school. You go there wearing your turban, bro. First thing they're gonna do is try to clown you.
You look different, you eat different.
Because you look different. You're not the same.
You do everything.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing, but defend it. Make them respect you being different. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Make family respect you being different.
Yeah.
Friends respect you being different. Okay? That's what has to be done. Tom sheet.
Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to bring the ship back to land, but they
Uh-huh.
could not, for the sea grew more and more tempestuous against them.
The more they rolled, the more God revved up the ocean. Tom sheet.
So he cried to El and said, "We beseech thee, O El, we beseech thee, let us not perish for this man's
He said,
life."
let us not die for this guy. I don't want to die because of you. Right or wrong?
Right.
You want to die because of somebody else?
No, sir.
So why people believe that this guy that didn't even exist died for everybody's sins? And you ain't even jacking. How about that? Why don't you want to be like him and die for everybody here? Yeah. Don't it sound crazy now? He died for the world. So why stuff still going on?
Idiots believe that.
Why stuff? So how one man could die for everybody?
How?
Moses told God, take me out instead. Don't kill the nation. Kill me for what they did. God said, the soul that's sinning, it shall die.
Every man died for his own.
Every man died for his own.
Oh, man.
That's why they crying out to God like, yo, God, we not right. But the reason why this is happening because of him. Don't let us die because of him.
Right.
So I'm gonna ask again. I don't know no human being on this planet that's going to die right now for somebody else. So why you serve a God like that? That they say die for everybody.
It's cat though, because he was running.
Super cat.
He was running. He was chased. He was being chased.
It's-
If you're gonna die for the sins of the world, why you running from it, right?
How you gonna chase a God? God can't get chased. God can't hide.
Boy wasn't ready to go, yo.
He didn't want to die. So don't listen to that, man. Don't listen to that. It's a bunch of Greek and Roman stuff put together that was formulated by ancient Israelites.
Word. Out of here with that, man.
That Christianity stuff was formulated by ancient Israelites in Babylon.
Yeah.
When we did 70 years in Babylon, they took the Hebrew and started writing it backwards. That was what they call today the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which is Jewish witchcraft. Yeah. See, the problem is you want your own version of what the heathen got. You didn't have a king. God was your king. But you saw they had a king. You want a king like them.
We don't want you, God.
We don't want you, God. We want a king
Right.
like us. And look. And if we want to disagree, we could kill them. Yeah. Because that's what they started doing, right?
Yeah.
They started killing their own kings, conspiring to kill their kings. Whether he was bad or good. They said, man, we want him to go out and come and judge us. Meaning we don't want you judging us. We want the king to judge us. God said, look, man, tell them people. He said, I'm going to give them what they want. They rejected me, but I'm going to give them what they want. Because look, hundreds of years before, in the law, God said, one day you're going to come and you're going to say you want a king. God already seen it. He said, you don't want a king, but this is the rule for the king. You have to have one out of your own brethren. You can't make a stranger that's not of the nation become king.
Right.
He said, and then the king has to read the book of the law every day of his life. So if only the king's supposed to know the law, we don't have no kings now. So everybody got to know the law. That means everybody has to read. You have to read on your own. Not today. We couldn't be able to break down all this stuff we be coming up here and saying we only read on Shabbat.
Yeah.
If I only read on Shabbat, I'm not coming up here. I can't explain nothing because that's not enough time to know and study, and it's a lot. And then once you start doing it, you're going to get to like it because God will reveal to you. The more you read and you start applying and doing it in your house, when you go back to read, He's going to show you something that you didn't see before. This is how it go. This is how my father was starting to see things. Seeing things that the rest of the congregation was not seeing. The leader was not seeing. Yeah. That's how you gotta read. He read so much, he burnt his eyes out. He only had a little bit of eyesight. He had a big magnifying glass. He should sit there and read until that was out. After that, we read for him or he listened to the tapes. But it was rehearsed. The reason why he listened to the tapes because he can't read. Right. If he didn't go blind, he would have still been reading to the day of his death. Right. Look at the tapes. These are the tapes. Chronicles. Songs, you see they've been used. We got 3 sets of these.
He said, I ain't like this. He said, I ain't like to do it. He said, but I did it to force myself.
He forced himself.
To change my spirit.
You have to force yourself. You're not going to just glide into this easy because you got so much evil in us that we were born with. Then over the years, we piled up more.
Right.
Okay, we were born in evilness, can't do nothing about that. But then personally, we piled up more. From a child, we learned what lies are. You started lying from kids. Okay? You started that from kids. And then we piled it on. So as you read, God will reveal it to you. Certain things everybody else ain't gonna see it because they're not on that level.
That's right.
This guy don't care. This guy's only worried about his job. This guy's worried about his children too much. This guy, he's worried about whatever.
I'm worried about what everybody thinks.
What everybody think. I'm too busy in your house, in your business, trying to correct you. I'm trying to go to a man and correct him in his house. This is the type of people we are today. But I don't want to correct myself. When it comes to correcting myself, this go out the window. But when you violate, the book say, you got to watch yourself with that. Because that show that you know, but you ain't applying.
That's right.
You know, but you're not applying. Time sheet.
14. We beseech thee, O El, we beseech thee. Let us not perish for this man's life. And lay not upon us innocent blood. For thou, O El, hast done it as it pleased thee.
He said, for thou, Lord, has done as it pleased thee. He said, regardless of what, you've been doing what you please. Whatever you do, please. But they're begging God. They're begging not to let me die for what this guy did. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, look. It ain't time for me to go yet. Because if this guy ain't come here, it wouldn't be happening. So that's when you go up to God down. He's a heathen. All right? Time sheet.
So they took up Jonah and cast him into the sea. And the sea ceased from his raging.
As soon they said, look, man, look, when you think, because you can't outlast the Most High.
No.
The Most High outlasts you. Okay? They figured, we're going to grow, we're going to do this, we're going to take stuff and throw it off the boat to make the boat lighter. None of that works. When God wants something to go down, the precautions and the rules of, we got to do this when this happened, that go out the window because God wanted to go down there. Okay? Time sheet.
Then the man feared Israel exceedingly and offered sacrifice to El and made vows.
You see that?
And afterward,
they took up Jonah, cast him forth into the sea, and the sea ceased from her raging. Soon as he hit the water, just like that, it got sunny again. The clouds moved away. The ship ain't all up here on the wave and the water down there. It's level. Everything's peaceful now because the violator is not there. That's why. And they saw that. That's proof enough for them alone to know this stuff I was praying to is no good. Time sheet.
Now El had appointed a great fish to swallow up.
Wait. He said, what they call it? So they took up Jonah, cast him forth in the sea. Then the men feared the Lord exceedingly. After that whole situation,
them niggas changed their life over.
So I said sometimes some people need to see death.
They changed their life.
Or they need to see something happen in front of their eyes to somebody. to wake that spirit up.
Yeah, take time.
To fear God is to walk in his ways.
Because some people are more stubborn. That's right.
So they change their
They
life.
changed. They said, look, man, this is the true and
Yeah, they
look,
changed their life.
we knew that these people were serving the true and living God. We didn't seek it out. We was cool with what we was doing here. But now I could have just died.
Right.
They almost went down.
I was gonna die, and it was the true and living God that was gonna kill me. He said they feared the Lord exceedingly. You know what exceeding means? Beyond what you think is afraid.
Yeah.
Beyond what you think is exceeding means he honored his mother exceedingly. Is beyond what you think is honor.
Yeah.
Stuff that you wouldn't even think to do, that guy do
They
it.
do. That's right.
Okay?
That's
That's why we be telling y'all don't know the full meaning of the words because you're not acting it out.
Mm-hmm.
You putting limits in your heart with the word honor. You put limits in your heart, okay, with the stuff that we're supposed to be doing here.
That's right.
You put a limit there. That's the evil in us. Recognize what we were born with, okay? We was born with good and evil. We tapped into the evil more. That's why we need this.
Yeah, right.
The evil is anything that God says is no good.
Mm-hmm.
That's outside of this. It don't have to do, it don't even look. You don't have to be a devil worshiper. Just go eat something unclean.
Mm-hmm.
Go kindle fire right now. Commit adultery.
Yep.
Steal.
Worship the holidays.
Go have a drink on your birthday. Just have a drink. Buy a bottle. Just buy a bottle. Just buy a bottle. You ain't doing nothing else. Buy a bottle. Just buy a bottle.
I'll be forgetting mine.
And you're on the other side. It's just that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Term sheet.
Chapter 2. Now, L had
Okay, hold on, man.
fish.
It said they offered sacrifice unto the Lord.
Yep.
Hmm.
Made vows.
This was accepted
Mm-hmm.
because of the situation, and they ain't got no priest with them.
Mm-hmm.
God accepted their sacrifice, and then they made vows. What you think those vows are?
Oh, I ain't going back.
Okay,
I ain't going back.
thank you. Thank you.
No, I ain't going back.
See, he on point. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what them vows was.
I ain't going back.
Because you know very well after they doing this, they're not going back. They've been revealed. Jonah helped these guys find God without him knowing he did that. Inadvertently. Okay? By running away, he helped save them guys, man. Because look, they ain't had to do this. They ain't had to do this. Fear God exceedingly after that. You could fear him, but then that's just for the moment.
Yeah.
A lot of times, a year later, that fear gone.
Mm-hmm.
And he back, most people go back to the same thing they've been doing. You got people that come and be here for 30 years.
Yeah.
And then one day you don't see them no more. And they're not doing this no more.
Yeah.
And like the brother told you, yeah, man, I used to, meaning I don't do this no more. For whatever reason. And I don't want to see nobody else get. I've seen a lot of people, scholars, man, a lot of people, good people, bright people come, talk strong. But they did not do these commandments.
Played with it.
I watched my father tell them certain things that he saw. He said, look, man, you in a certain bracket now. Don't do this. Don't say that. They didn't listen. Some of them showed that they didn't listen. I stopped coming here and going somewhere else where you're not going to get this special tutor. Now you're getting tutored. When the teacher pull you to the side, he's tutoring you.
Yeah.
This is for you now.
Yeah.
They run from that. And they go where it's loose. Stop going where you're having fun.
Yeah.
It said, look, man, it said it's better off to be in the house of mourning. Ooh, you know it right here, right? In the house of mourning than in the house of feasting. You know why? You're going to look at that dead body and think about your sins. That's right. You're going to look at that dead body and think about your time because your spirit knows everybody got to go.
That's right.
The heathen know that. They say, yeah, Aunt Jackie just passed. And then when I come back, my wife passed. He said, but hey, everybody got to go.
So we
Look. Everybody knows that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna change.
Heart
Okay.
be better.
And that will make your heart better
Mhm.
than feasting. Because you ain't thinking about none of that right now.
You ain't even think about the blood.
You're
about
not
to put in
thinking
your mouth,
about
Johnny.
nothing because all of that. But now in mourning, people don't eat when they mourning. Yeah. Talk about it. I want to eat. Let's talk about it. There's no repast. Let's talk about it. I'm in mourning. How am I have a party? That's a party for the dead, in honor of the dead. Started in Egypt and Babylon. Mostly everything people do today is in honor and worship of dead people.
That's right.
Familiar spirit. What they call a familiar spirit in the book is changed. They made a classy word out of it. It's called a medium. Meaning, I'm in the middle. I'm the medium between the living and the dead. I'm the one that can contact the dead and transfer questions and answers. God said, no. Don't go to people like that and ask questions, because people do.
Yeah.
People, most gods and deities come from the form of people's dead ancestors in their family.
Right.
That's where it comes from.
Right.
In the form of the moon, sun, stars, planets, man, woman, child, beasts of all the land, creeping things, flying fowl, and everything that fish in the waters and seas.
Society worship the dead in their living room.
It's called the living
room.
Why is it called the living room?
That's where they have the dead.
That's where all the dead
That's
people,
where they have the dead.
all the dead people, my great granddaddy, dang, he's up
They
here.
still living.
My grandmother, he's up here. My Abba, he's up here. Well, my Imali, she up there. She don't go up there till she died. He don't go up there till he died. You don't get a statue erected until you die.
The living room.
A moment of silence, pouring out liquor. Okay? All these things we don't do for the dead. We don't have services for the dead. We are a very simple people. Very simple. Because most of the world do, we don't do.
Yeah, facts.
That's it.
Facts. I don't do
It
it.
ain't gotta say thou shalt not in every day, man. Because people getting slick now. Oh, don't say that in the law. But they tell you not to eat blood in the law. Yeah. You ain't following that. How about that? Why your head bald? Why you ain't got no hair nowhere on your body?
Yeah.
The only person that's supposed to be doing that is the priest. You know that, right? He has to shave under here
One
one time. That's for the consecration. He gets consecrated to be a priest.
Right.
You heard earlier that he shaved his head. They only did that in mourning. They only did that in mourning. And plus, they didn't just shave their head. They went in a corner and sat there. They fasted. That's why I said, where do people eat? Somebody died. Now all of a sudden, everybody eating. See, it's the person. No. It's not even for that person. It's for the Egyptian gods. That's who you eating for. Sunday meal. There's no such thing as Shabbat meal. Who made this up? I ain't grow up in Ben-I hearing this. I ain't reading in the book. We got to stop adding on things. Israelites add on things, man. Hebrews don't. That's the difference between the Israelite and the Hebrew. Tell you. Okay, hold on. Where I'm at.
16.
Okay. He said, now the Lord prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah. You got whales, you got June fish, you got big giant fishes up to today that don't have to be whales. You got some that have not been caught and live all the way deep in, and they grow. You let certain fish grow. Even them little fish there, them little fish we got there, them things get this big. You know that, right? A bunch of things you let it grow to its full capacity, them things grow. Animals were bigger, we were bigger. Sin and iniquity and wickedness depleted and weakened the world and the inhabitants therein and made the land weak. That's what it does. It messes everything up. Sin and iniquity gets everything faulty. Nothing wants to work right. Tongue sheet.
Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights.
3 days and 3 nights.
Jonah prayed.
He didn't get digested. You in the belly, you're getting digested. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Whatever go in the belly get digested, right?
That's right.
Why he didn't get digested though? Why he didn't get digested? Because God stopped the digestion. Okay? Don't sometimes you eat certain things and when you vomit it up, you see what you ate and say, well, I didn't even chew it. It went down whole. It stayed in your stomach, but your stomach said, nah, boom. That's what God did.
The whale was on command to swallow him when he did it.
Yeah, you're going to get swallowed. Come on.
Hold him there for 3 days.
Look, you know when a whale swallow, they're not picky with nothing. They just open up their mouth. Whatever get caught up in there. Junk. Sharks too. I see they go in the shark's stomach, they got the boat license thing up in there. They open their mouth, they can't chew like we chew. Okay? Even dogs. You see, when they eat, they gotta go like this because they can't sit up and eat like us. They gotta sit down and then their mouth shooting out. The gravity is pulling them out the food down.
They're doing it.
So these guys, right, they swallow up and then chew. That's why we're told, chew before you swallow. You don't have to, because you know you're not a whale. The whale swallow up everything. He got swallowed up with it. But the whale, not the whale, the whale's insides was commanded by God not to digest them. Because automatically your food, Tamshi.
Then Jonah prayed to El, his El, out of the fish's belly and said, I cried to the Most High in my distress, and he heard me. Out of the belly of Sheol.
What verse you at?
3.
Verse 3.
Middle of 3.
Okay.
I cried, and thou didst hear my voice. For thou didst cast me into the deep, and into the heart of the seas, and the floods compassed me about. All thy billows and thy waves have passed over me. Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple.
This is what he said. Look, he's saying this prayer while he's in that belly of that whale, under water. After the whale feed, he go down to sit, digest, and sleep. Yeah. Just like everybody else.
Like sitting up on one
so that's where he's at, in the belly of that whale, at the bottom now.
Sitting up on
deep.
Yeah.
But while he in there, he ain't drowned. Because water gets sucked in too. Normally, you get swallowed by a whale, you drown.
Yeah.
You ain't even feel getting digested. You're going to drown. He didn't drown. God did that. All right? And then he said what? He said, I cried by reason of mine affliction to the Lord. He said, I know I'm being afflicted. This is affliction, definitely. Getting swallowed by an animal, right? He said, and I know where it's coming from. He said, I cried by reason of mine affliction unto the Lord, and he heard me. Out of the belly of hell cried I. He called that belly hell. You can't see in there. There's nothing to see. There's nothing to see. There's nothing to eat. You're in someone's belly, and you're not a baby.
Yeah.
Okay? You're not a baby. There's no umbilical cord. You're not supposed to, you there to be eaten. He said, all thy billow, he said, for thou hast cast me into the deep. He said, you, everything that happened and for me to wind up here, you did that. He said, in the midst of the sea, and the floods compassed me about, all thy billows and thy waves passed over me. He ain't drowned yet. Yeah. Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight. He said, man, I'm far away from God. Where I'm at now, how can I serve God like this? Yeah. This is worse than being in a dungeon. I'm in the belly of an animal in the middle of the sea down there. I'm cast far away from God, man. He said, look, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple. All right? When we face the east, that temple's not there, y'all. Just letting y'all know. We face the east to pray towards that place. That's what Solomon set up. He said the people are far away from the land, captives, far away from this land. He said, but if they pray towards this place, southeast, and stop sinning, southeast, and pray towards this place and acknowledge their sins. So that means anywhere you are, you don't have to be in Jerusalem. Solomon made it a way to where, because he knows. Yeah. These guys are aware of what's going to happen, foresight in the future. This thing ain't going to last too long. The way y'all are now, Your children gonna be worse than y'all, and the children gonna be worse. So by the time the children come, we ain't got this no more. That's my foresight.
Yeah.
That's what I see. That's what I see. Because having children, the children are not being taught by the parents. The parents are not being an example either.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the parents are being an adversary.
Mm-hmm.
They're not allowing their children to serve God, and they know better. Some of these parents are being an adversary by not allowing their children to serve God. But see, a wicked spirit, you don't have to be a whore or woman. Look, a father and a mother will be the same way. If I oppose my son or my daughter from following God,
Yeah.
if I stop my son, if I don't encourage my son to do this, no, I ain't doing it. So guess what? I'm not going to get in his way of doing it. All right? At least get out the way. But misery loves company. Wickedness loves company. Wickedness don't want to be by itself and everybody doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get somebody on over here. And then once you become wicked like me, I turn on you. I turn on you, I neglect you and you on your own, because that's what it does. If the object is to get you to stop serving God. After that, you on your own. All right? I'm going to tell you that right now. So don't listen to people. Tom sheet.
Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple. The waters compassed me about to the point of death. The death closed
Okay,
around.
go all the way down to the last verse. Yeah, go down to the last verse.
They that God lying vanity.
Verse 10. Verse 10.
But I will sacrifice to thee with the voice of
Jonah,
thanksgiving.
chapter 2, verse 10. Yeah.
But I will sacrifice to thee with the voice of thanksgiving. I will pay that which I have vowed. Salvation belongs to the
you
Lord.
in that other book. That's right. Your verses is okay. I keep forgetting. All right, go ahead.
And the Lord spoke to the fish, and it vomited out Jonah upon the dry land.
He said, the Lord spake unto the fish. God spoke to the fish, and it vomited out Jonah upon the dry land.
Yeah.
You can make yourself vomit, right?
Yeah.
All right, then he made himself vomit.
Mm-hmm.
It vomited him up out of his stomach. Some sheep.
And the word of El came unto Jonah the second time, saying, Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and proclaim to it the message that I bid thee.
So we right back at the beginning of the book. Jonah, you went through all of that for nothing. Running away from your duties, running away from your requirements to come right back. Look, God wants you to do something, you're going to do it.
Right.
Okay? Whatever his will is, it's going to be done. So then he said, the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time. Look, arise, go. Same words. Right back to look. I ain't even going to bring up what you just did. All right? Because what I just put you through, I ain't got to bring it up. You ready to go do what I said now. All right, now you ready to go there, brother? Okay, now go. That's what that was. Tom sheet.
So Jonah arose and went to Nineveh according to the word of El. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great
Now
city.
remember, he's supposed to go there and warn the people to turn to God, or else God is going to destroy them. That's the whole thing. All right? Tom sheet.
Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey in extent. And Jonah began to enter the city a day's journey, and he cried and said,
He said, and Jonah began to enter the city a day's journey. Okay, that's a big city.
Yeah.
All right? Big city. It's a full day to be walking through there. Because he's walking through there. He's the only Hebrew. Everybody else there is Ninevites. Nineveh is one of them. It's like second to Babylon. That's the Assyrians' Babylon. That's their capital city. We'll go on in Babylon, go on in Nineveh too. Sound sheet.
Another 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown.
He said, look, in 40 days, y'all gonna get overthrown.
Right.
Meaning overthrown, meaning that somebody gonna come and take y'all over. God is gonna cause another people to, whatever reason, What, I don't care what the reason is. They go over there into these people in their settlements and bomb them or kill them, come and take over. That is God doing that.
Yeah.
God does it. God directs the wars. Nobody can make a world war unless God wanted it to happen. Watch who y'all praying for, okay? Certain people are for the destruction, okay? In the Apocrypha, when the Most High say he creates whirlwinds, tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, and the like of plagues and diseases for who? Sinners, wicked, and the heathen of the world. That's what he said in 2nd Ezra. Okay?
The most died during the concert on Shabbat.
That's been happening. I was reading about that. That's been happening for a while.
Oh, wow.
Everybody in Israel don't serve God.
No. Right.
It's heathens.
Yeah.
Mixtures of a people left back that turned us into the slave master so that they could stay.
Right.
Those are their children over there. Now, God told the children of Israel, you coming into this land, the people that's here already, their time is up because of their iniquities. That is how that land works, y'all. Anybody that lives on that land has to live by these commandments. I don't care who they are. If they don't, not going to be peaceful in there. So we pray for the peace of Jerusalem, for the city, that one day there's nobody there to make trouble. Canaanites was there, and it was called Jebus, the city of Jebus. Okay, it was called the city of Jebus after the Jebusites, which were the Canaanites, the people who was there before us. God told Israel, "You move in there. When you move in there, kill everybody." The reason why I want you to kill everybody because there is nothing good coming out these people. They sleep with their mothers. Okay. Okay, they eat animals that died of itself. An animal, you go outside, you see a cat that got ran over. The Canaanites would take that, bring it in, and that's dinner tonight.
AKA roadkill.
Roadkill. Okay? God said, these people gotta go now. He has something against these Canaanites. And when you read Leviticus 18, you will see why. They don't have no sexual limitation for nothing. Okay? Animals, your family members, yourself, a tree, a hole in the ground, nature worshipers. They were nature worshipers. Canaanites were nature worshipers. Okay? Watch yourself. Stay away from people who burn sage. You don't burn nothing to get rid of no evil spirits.
Put sage in your
We
head.
don't do that.
Put it in your head. Make a herb, put it in your head.
You drink it.
Put it in your head.
You drink it, or you put it in your hair, use it. You don't use it to deal with no spirits.
No, don't burn it.
Or to bless the house.
No.
When you see a person that live in an apartment building, come outside the apartment building and throw their dirty mop water in the streets, they're dealing in spiritualism. Yeah. There's people in this building doing it. Because we mop the dirt, where the water go in the toilet. That water that they take outside has to do with evil spirits.
Whatever they take it out, it leaves out.
It leaves out. But guess what? They making room for more. Because they don't live a life to keep that away.
Right.
So they know certain methods in that world, but they don't know how to complete it.
Right.
Stay out that person's house. That's why I'm going to people's houses, man. Even Israelites. They got a lot of weird stuff going on. Israelites be having altars. First of all, you got pictures in your house. I ain't coming in there. I'm not coming in your house. You got pictures in your house. You got gods. Those are gods.
Household God.
Your great granddaddy that died on the wall,
We worship that
you
day.
worship every day. He's up there. Whatever you put up, you venerate.
Yeah.
Do you put the picture down here? Do they put the pictures down here? I need to hear everybody. Do they put the pictures down here?
No, sir.
All right then. Time sheet.
Another 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown. So the people of Nineveh believed El and proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth.
The people believe God. What's wrong with us? Those not Israelites. Those are Assyrians. There was a certain generation of these are the Assyrians. This generation was not the generation that took over Samaria. After this generation that believed God died out, that was it. It was that generation, and God seen it and said, yo, go over there and shout that king out. Because God know they gonna listen. He didn't do that in any other generation. He didn't do that too much for any other people, did he? Did he send any other prophet to any other people? This was the only time we see this. Okay? And that only lasted with that king and who was alive at that time. Their children didn't keep it.
Right.
So if you don't make sure you got it and your children got it, this is loss. There's not going to be nobody doing this in 100 years on this planet. That's when it's really going to go down. Because it's going to come a time when nobody is praying to God no more. Nobody is going to be calling El Shaddai's name no more. And that's when it goes down. Time sheet.
And put on sackcloth from the greatest of them even to the least of them. For word came to the king of Nineveh.
Word came to the word came. He said, yo, man, there's a prophet of God out there. He's truly a prophet.
Right.
And he said, we got 40 days to get right. You know what that is? 40 days for you to stop doing everything you ain't supposed to be doing from now.
That's drama.
And in 40 days, if you're not correct with God, you dead.
1 month.
They got it hard ultimatum, man. 40 days. Get your whole life straight. You don't know when you dying. Do you know if you got 40 days left? Or 4 years left? 4 minutes? 4 months? You don't know.
No.
So let's act like we don't have time.
Right.
Let's act like we're them. Let's act like we're them. Time sheet.
For word came to the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne, and he laid his robe from him, covered himself with sackcloth.
Now, for a king, that is honorable. Most kings say that they are God. Most leaders, even today, they move like they are the eminent one. Okay? Trump said he's the chosen one. That's what he said. When he said it, he made a move when he said it. He looked up. He looked up. Like what Nimrod did.
Yeah.
That's what Nimrod did. Okay? He looked up to both sides and said, I'm the chosen one. Like, I'm the one here. But look, even God put him there to do what he do and then get rid of him when he ready. Right. Okay? He bend the will of nobody was hard bended than Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
Right, brother. Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
Nobody could break him but God.
That's
You
it.
know how God, look. And for God to break him, you had to turn him into an animal.
For 7 years.
Had him living like an animal for 7 years.
And he knew. He knew.
And he knew it.
He knew it.
He made him aware of what's
He made him
happening
aware.
to him while it was happening.
While it was happening.
Look, werewolf in London. You ever seen that? The dude start contorting and then he fall on the floor. He can't stand on two because he's not bipedal no more. Now you're not bipedal means you walk on two. Now he's on four. And his spine changing. He went through he said within that hour, man, God turned him into a beast.
Right.
Within an hour, he turned from the physical feature of a man into an animal. And he left. He ran out the palace and went to the woods and slept there. And he woke up with dew. Because that's how wild animals wake up. They wake up with the dew that's on the grass. They wake up with them on their fur. He had whiskers. He had claws. And his body contorted. God, his body contorted, bones, everything. He went through pain, and God didn't let him die because he wanted him to feel the affliction and correct. Because you're a big dude. Your pride is like this. The bigger your pride, the harder God hits you.
Bro, he was aware too.
And he was aware of what happened.
Right.
So when he came out of it, God said, I'll put him back in the throne. He said, all right, I ain't an animal no more. Throne's still here waiting for me. Yo, all this, nobody else served that no more. The true and living God. What I said earlier, some people need fire. The more higher your pride, the more fire you're gonna get. That's how it goes. The higher your pride, the higher the correction. The more severe the correction.
So while he was eating like an animal, he was angry, but couldn't stop. Because God made him aware.
Huh, ain't that something? God turned you into a cat, a girl cat at that.
Couldn't stop.
But you know that you was not a cat. You know that you were turned into this by God. That's like I said, the kings back then, even the leaders now, you see they pride when they talk. When they pull up, they got a certain thing with them. Like, look, man, why I don't talk to certain people anyway, man. Like, they're all the world is beneath me. That pride is high, and they don't serve God. So God got to break them sometimes to get them. I say, you keep messing with my people, and you keep forcing them to serve idols. And I ain't gonna have you keep killing my people to serve idols. All right, they're going through this because they messed up with me.
Right.
I still don't like what you're doing,
Right.
but it's allowed because of what they did. But guess what? After they receive their correction and they good, you in trouble. And that's what happened to him. At bestiality, after them 7 years, he served, Nebuchadnezzar served God until his dying day.
Yeah.
The king of Babylon, the most famous king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, who Saddam Hussein descends from. Yeah, Saddam Hussein descends from Nebuchadnezzar. Yeah.
He said it.
Look, you started with Nabopolassar.
He said it.
Okay? If y'all read, y'all will know who Nabopolassar is. That's his father. That's Nebuchadnezzar's father. That's his lineage start with Nabopolassar. Can you start your lineage? Can I start my lineage? Can I say, well, I'm about to tribe of this, right? And my father, his father, and go all the way back to that age? No. Because of our sins. We throw away the inheritance, so God threw away our identity. What's the use of you keeping your identity? I got a bank card, but no money in the bank. You don't need the bank, you don't need the card. You don't need the identity. And that's what's happening now. Israel is in an identity crisis. So bent on Israel, the true and living people, the chosen one of God. That ain't what it's about now. That was in the 60s, man. That worked for in the 60s, man, in the early 70s. I was around for that. I've seen it. This is different now. We don't have to be on that. Be servants, man. That's all God wants is servants. He don't care what name you put on it. Be a servant of God. Tamshi.
And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king.
So he said he caused it to be proclaimed and published, meaning the words that prophet came and spoke, he wrote. He had it written down, and he had letters put out, and everybody got mail. Everybody got mail. He proclaimed and published, meaning a writing that has been sent out to everybody. A proclamation, meaning everybody got to serve this God now. Tamshi. You ain't even see Israelites move fast like that. Tamshi.
Like neither man nor beast, herd nor flock takes anything.
Look, everybody's fasting. This is a severe fast. This is a fast where we only got 40 days, so we can't play.
Yeah.
No man, no animal, no bird tastes anything. You can't even feed the chickens. Nobody eat. The babies don't eat. Nobody eat. Let them not feed nor drink water. He said, but let man and beast be covered with sackcloth. Sackcloth is called burlap.
Yeah.
It's made of wool.
Yeah.
And you usually use it for potato sacks. Right? Our forefathers, in time of mourning, fasting, prayers and supplications, when we mess up with God, to get back good, we put that on.
Yeah.
We wear this. We make garments. David had a robe, right? He said he had a garment of sackcloth, and then he laid in sackcloth. So his sheet, his blanket, pillow, everything was made out of this itchy material that keeps you uncomfortable.
Right.
My brother had on he had it around his neck. But she found I had it around his neck. Itchy, itchy, itchy on Yom Kippur. Discomfort. You deprive yourselves the normal physical comfort of man. All right? That's because you can't sacrifice a human. We don't cut ourselves in blood sacrifices. We don't have animals here. We don't have priests here. We're not in the land.
Yeah.
So when we fast, it also goes, fasting doesn't go by itself. The fasting goes with prayers, supplications, vows. At the end of everything, you have to make vows.
Right.
And you got to put that sackcloth on. And you can't be listening to the radio while you fasting.
Yeah. Smoking.
Okay? This is a regular day, y'all. I'm picking up a fast today. No smoking, no eating. If you're not eating, you're not smoking.
Right.
That's a fast. Oh, but it's not, I'm not digesting. Look, man. This is when you start trying to go around corners.
Yeah.
Okay? But they didn't smoke at all. They didn't have that habit. Yeah. You ever hear about them smoking?
No.
All right, then. Let's keep it a buck. See, when you're dealing with this, you got to keep it real with yourself and everybody around you. Because that's what this does. That's why people don't like it. That's why people don't like it. That's why they can't sit here all day. That's why they can't wait to get out of here.
That's right.
That's why some people avoid coming here.
That's right.
That's why
Because he got like
you can't be yourself.
He got like this.
You can't be who you want to be and get away with it.
Tighten
With God.
restriction. Tighten restriction.
And little by little, all the while, yeah. But then he hears something. Be quiet.
Yeah.
And next, look. Be quiet this week. Next week, he gone.
Yeah.
I saw it with my own eyes, man. 1,000 times.
Stepping on my toe.
I saw this procedure go on 1,000 times over from a child, from younger than his age. Time sheet.
But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth and cry mightily to El. And let them turn everyone from his evil way and from the violence that is in their
So
hands.
they accepted as a whole, that whole nation is better than the world today. That nation is better than people today. Everybody, Israelites too. All it took was one day. And they start proclaiming and doing all these things. Even the beast, even the goat got to wear his own. You're going to wear it too here. Cows, bulls, everybody. Okay, but I put it on the. They didn't have chickens. When you read flock, they didn't have chickens. Okay, pheasants. And what's the other one? Quails. And not everybody had that. Not everybody had a garden. Okay? Mostly everything grew wild.
Yeah.
What we did farm was wheat, barley, rye, corn, which is millet. These are grains.
Yeah.
We didn't have a row of apple trees. And a whole thing of orange. Like you go to Florida, all you see is orange trees all over. We didn't need that. That stuff grew wild. It grew all over. That was the Fertile Crescent. That area that people are bombing up and everything is not meant for them to be living on. That's why that stuff is happening. When the people that live in Israel, and that land that's called Israel, okay, don't live, I don't care what generation it is. If the Canaanites didn't do it, they got kicked out. Israelites didn't do it, they got kicked out. You put the Samaritans in. They said, look, if they don't learn the ways of the land here, the lion's going to eat them up. They had to send a priest from Babylon back to Israel to teach them the law of the land. Because if they don't know the law of the land, those Samaritans, which were heathens that got that replaced Israelites, they have to, I don't care who you are. Once you're in that land, right now, you got to live these commandments. So once nobody's living these commandments, it's not going to go right with the people that's living in that land. It didn't go right with us. God told us in Deuteronomy 7. He said, look, the people that was here before you, did not live. They did this. They did these abominations. They did this. They did that. They did this. They did that. Everything that you read in Leviticus 18, they did that. He said they did all these abominations. He said that's why they can't stay here. He said, now when you move in, don't follow them. Don't marry into them, because you are going to wind up doing the same thing they did, and the land going to kick you out. So what you think the land doing right now?
Right. Get out.
I'm not saying anything is good for the people or bad for people. I'm just stating the facts.
Right,
Anybody that lives in the land of Israel, then, now, the future, you got to be serving God as a whole.
Right.
You look at the people that's living in that land as a whole. He did it to us. He did it to the Canaanites. They got it first. We were stupid. We saw what happened to them and followed them and did the same thing and expected something different. That's Meshuggah. That's crazy. In Deuteronomy 28. He said, you're going to go crazy. The first order of anybody going crazy is leaving off from God.
Say it one more time.
The first order of a person going crazy,
Nuts.
going nuts in the head, is
Leaving
leaving
off
off from God or not knowing God.
Or not knowing. That's right.
Right?
That's right. That's right.
Because most of the world don't know God.
That's right. And then
And
Meshuggah.
they're Meshuggah.
And
They're crazy.
And they're going to
And they think they're good.
And they go into the pit. Woe to the world. Them that build their
Country.
Who can tell? El may turn and relent and turn away his fierce from his fierce anger so that we
He
perish
said,
not.
who can tell? We doing the right thing. He said, this God will turn and repent. He said, we ain't got to keep staying this way. He said, who can tell if God will turn and repent and turn away from his fierce anger, what he was about to do, that we don't die and we don't get perished in it. Township.
And they all saw their deeds, and that they turned from their evil ways, and they repented of the evil which he had said that he would do to them, and he did it not.
Look at that. And God saw their works. Their works was they stopped doing evil stuff. They stopped sinning. They weren't Israelites, but they knew all the while what they were doing.
Right.
And they called it, what they were doing, they called it holy. They called it glorious. They called it godly also, to make it sound good. All right? He said that they turned from their evil way, and that makes God repent of the evil. That's how he is for everybody. So it's nothing special with Israel. The only thing special with Israel is the people back then that was in the land. Okay? Because God gave Abraham a promise to hold them down. Other than that, anybody could do this. Just repent of the evil that he has said and that he would do unto them, and he did it not. God didn't do it. He held back. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.